believe it has begun. Wonderful. Hello, I'm Paperman. Get over it. Let's try. Got that, and
tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
Yo. It is Genshin time. Okay. I have not done any of my dailies or anything like the such. So, I have, yay, notifications. I'm going to be doing those to start, and then I'll be getting straight into the Archon quest without any other ado. Cool. More stuff. Alright. Let me condense some resin real quick.
Add Astro.
Add Astra Abyssosque. 25 minutes. Enjoy. Cool. Let's keep it going. The meat will come soon. We must first get through the tedium. Oh, I can do that too. I have artifacts that I can get artifact luck with. I forgot who I was trying to pull for on like the default one, but it'd be cool to do that as well. So let's do that, and then real quick, I am going to do some dailies.
Here comes trouble. No rest for the wicked. First.
I summon thee. The show begins.
Silence. So quiet. Bow your head.
It's up here. Oh, guys up here.
Settle down. Let's move.
Commit to memory. Where are you?
She has an arrow on her head. Why does she have an arrow on her head?
This body belongs to ice and snow.
No reason, just the person that was closest to me. Cool. I thought she might have had an item of some sort or something like that for one of the weird world quests that you have to explore for. 'Twas not the case. Yes. Let's continue. Where am I going? Not there. Let's go a little bit more this way, please. That'd be wonderful.
I see everything.
No rest for the wicked.
Oh, brilliant!
Sheesh, Hyper Bloom's crazy. Alright, we got that one out of the way. What is next? What is next? Should be two more. There's one here in the middle and one right here. Looks like most of them are fighting, which will be nice. It's bright. Nice, chill. Relax, Genshin.
Hey! I summon! Time to shine!
Silence.
Do that. Where? And then underwater. I don't want to touch you. Well, that was the wrong button. Alright. Oh, there's 2 more. That was also the wrong button. Where are the other 2? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And more! Ow, what the frick, bro? Die. Die. Wait, I can, like, reflect, right? Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Lots of damage. Lots of good, nice damage. I'm finally doing this quest. Commission time. Yay.
Add
Astrap sauce.
Thank you for
You're welcome. Got that. Get some battle pass stuff. Let's do. Spiral Abyss reset today. I didn't realize it reset today. I might do that depending on how many viewers we have and whether or not I actually want to start on the quest or not. I'm going to intend to and see where the stream goes from there. But since there's no one here at the moment, I'm gonna do a few things real quick. Am I? I'm not. Never mind. I'm a liar. I'm just gonna keep playing. And if I am going to keep playing, I did already do those. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So if I'm gonna keep playing, let's do some frickin' Spiral. And show off this new team. I say as I do not have Fiorina built. Do I just farm Fiorina then? That's boring. I don't want to do that. Please don't mind that. Good job. 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 Alright, so the comp goes Novelet Fischl Kokomi. Not Kokomi. Then who's my healer? I mean, I can probably do Farina for this. Because what did I have my comp as? Oh, I didn't do my bloom comp last Spiral, actually. I don't think until the very end. So I think I did Kokomi Nahida. And then for this, I had Hutao, Raiden, Benny, Yelan. Or Ganyu, depending on my opponents. Considering that there is a Hydro in the first half. Yeah, I kind of like this better. Yeah, I think I like this better. Huh. Yeah, let's try it. I mean, it's going to be super easy at the beginning anyway. So, the first 3 floors will be very easy. Cool. Let's do that.
I see everything.
Another test subject. No rest for the...
Allow me.
The tides beckon. The wrong test subject. The wrong test subject. The wrong test subject. Finally, like a fairy. Finally.
Wow, that was so easy. Thanks, Novelet.
It's my lucky day.
Gotcha. Everybody stand. Game's up. Time's over. Torn to oblivion.
I think that was a my build is not good enough for that to have been a nil. Definitely 100,000. There you are. But it was fast either way. Viewer, yay, someone's watching. I'm doing Spiral Abyss because I wanted to. And because I didn't realize it was resetting, so now I get to try
Everyone
out.
hold hands. Hold the line.
Settle
Oh,
down.
frick. Nahida, too scary. I didn't realize it was all Hydro.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Grow.
Another test subject. Picked up.
I suck.
I got careless.
There we go. Now I can get it. Yay.
Hey.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Easy. This is just the beginning of Abyss, though, so it's not going to be
Huh?
anything worth talking about.
Here comes the catch. I'm going in. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Another test subject.
Busted.
Easy. Easy. Very easy. It shall continue to be easy.
Odd reveal. Uphill battle.
Bow your head. Settle down.
Everyone hold hands.
Be sanctified.
This body gone. By royal decree.
Bar. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Deuce.
Quietly now. Game's up. Sun's over. Let's light it up. Teamwork is... Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Higher, higher. Hands on fire. Gotcha. Everybody stand back. Torn to oblivion.
Bye. Cool, I get to do more. And I have no reason to change what I did before. So let's do I forgot my entire team comp there. Where's Fischl? There, and then there. Do I need Ganyu instead of Raiden? Do I want Ganyu instead of Raiden? I don't know if I do. I think I'll take that. Sounds nice.
Job. No rest for the wicked.
Allow me.
Silence. Let the mighty be humbled.
Spin the win, baby! I just didn't know what was going on, but I know I'm killing it.
Quietly now. I'm going in. Here comes the catch. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Bye. Easy peasy. Just keep it going.
Everyone hold hands. I summon thee. Rest and reap.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. The tides beckon.
Wings of darkness. Come. Set. Hey.
I am spinning and winning. That is all I know. Yeah, the Archon stream, I say as I'm doing Spiral Abyss. welcome stream. I will get there, but this must come first.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Ah, look at that damage. Look at that damage. Look at that damage.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
It's gonna be a wonderful time.
See? Cross over.
Wait.
Go.
Riveting. It's so fast, it's almost like it's not even a thing. Stop dabbing. Actually, no, you can keep dabbing. I actually do like dabbing. You may continue to dab. I didn't even know that was an emote, so I actually had to look like really close.
No
like an
rest
old
for
man.
the wicked.
Settle down. Will. Meet again. Be sanctified.
Go away. I said away, not towards.
Justice.
Ow!
Blind. Bow your head.
Good job. Yep, I figured that was happening. I look away for 10 seconds.
I'm going in! Torn to oblivion! Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
They're both very tall and very dead. All right, now to do all of 11. 11 should also be relatively simple, so we're doing Nouvellette, Fischl, Kokomi, Nadhida, and then we are doing Hutao, Raiden, Benny, and Yellen. I need water in the beginning. Those are all ruins, so I can do whatever there. Do I need Electro in the second half? I do not. Ooh, but it got some interesting. Yeah, this should be easy. I just need Hydro characters in both, so we're good. This should be easy. Let's do it. Easy Abyss. Easy Abyss. Max HP, please. All of my characters scale off max HP.
Hey!
Or at least a lot of them do.
I summon the... Allow me!
Let the mighty be humble.
Stop damaging the pylon.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Silence.
Yeah, I know. Silence, exactly. The moment I start doing official impersonations, it's just silence. Alright.
Busted! Everybody stand!
Here.
Things are about to get dicey. Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Oh, hi. How are you?
Let's light it up!
Okay, that's done. This way, please.
Here comes the catch. I'm going in! Higher, can't fight fire!
Ooh, 136. Not bad. Big Damahe. Big Damahe. Alright, continue. We keep going. I don't know if I can do 12, but I was able to do it, I think, first try last time. So we'll see when we get there.
Everyone hold hands!
Ah!
Oz, reveal! Hold the line!
Oh,
The time we're making.
I don't like you're doing damage.
Time for mine. Coming.
Ow.
Covenant of the Deep! Rest and rebuild!
Alright, hello. Oh, yeah, please keep attacking that thing, actually. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. Alright, you're dead. You need to die soon. You need to die soon.
By royal decree...
Settle down. Begin. An oversight on my part.
Stop
Let the mighty be
being
humble.
strong. It's like the only enemy that's any degree of difficulty in this game is because they're dumb.
Bow your head.
And every single one of their attacks interrupts and just keeps throwing them at you.
Allow me.
Such a greed.
Shadow Raven, let night fall!
Bye. He went back. Yeah.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Now you shall perish!
I'll hit you. Come on, keep going.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Journey ends here, Lord of of sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Everybody stand back! Inazuma shines eternal! Things are about to
Pound
get
into the
dicey.
ground!
Goodbye. See, the fights are taking a little bit longer now. Still not long enough to where I have to worry about the timer, but you know, they're longer.
We need it last. Please appreciate my sincerity.
No rest for the wicked.
Rest and leave it! Forgive some prior inconsideration.
Hi, how are you?
The tides beckon.
Oh, I can't see a gosh darn thing. What the heck is that?
Please let me see.
Silence!
Apologies. Hold on. Banquet must go on.
Alright, and
Oh, it's revealed. Everyone hold hands.
Settle down!
everything interrupts Neuvillette. He's not meta, guys. He's only meta if you have a Geo character.
A gift for you. Apologies.
An oversight on my part.
Kill. We did it. How long was that actually? That felt a little over a minute. It should be 1.5 minutes for each side. Oh no, it's just under.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Now you shall perish. Ha! 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 Illusion shot. Time to go. There is no escape. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
No, go back. Bye. Still easy. We're doing well. Oh, that was literally the hard one. Oh. Well, now we go to floor 12. And so now floor 12 should actually be difficult, and which means I have to... This is the last floor. And I have to think about what I am fighting. Ow. Why is there a flame one? Okay, so I need Electro in the second half. Guaranteed. Let's do it this way. Do I need a... Was Raiden going to be enough for that? I have Electro in both of my comps, actually, now that I think about it. I think I want the one with... Do I want... This is hard, actually. I don't think I want the... I think I want Hu Tao's comp at the bottom here instead. So let's do... I guess we're doing the exact same thing as I did before, but I just wanted to make sure is all. I shouldn't have to go to my Bloom comp, which is Al-Hytham centered, and we should be able to just do what we do here. And let's keep that. Let's start. We'll see how this goes. First try. I may die a couple of times. These guys do wait. Ooh, crit? I'll take it.
Give yourselves a move. Take that. By royal decree. Rest and leave it.
Silence!
That was fine.
The tides beckon. Settle down!
Everyone hold hands.
Silence!
Die faster.
Be sanctified.
Temple of Wisdom. Of this realm, no hope for a princess.
Well, that was a lot of damage really fast and at a very inopportune time. Oh yeah, I forgot cooldowns for the carry over.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. I summon
the mighty be humbled.
No way.
Bow your head.
I see everything. By royal decree, allow me.
Be sanctified.
Everyone hold hands.
Can I do my thing, please?
Silence.
Yes. Continue.
The tides beckon.
So much is happening, but nothing is happening at the same time. I don't know. There's so many noises.
Allow me. Commit it to memory.
Okay, cool. That, I think, was good time? I'm actually not sure how the time was on that. I really hope I can do this first try, because that is not fun. Ooh, it wasn't a great time.
Game's up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. Busted. These are about to get tight. Everybody stand back. Now you shall perish. Rise over. Torn to oblivion.
Okay, I think I can do this.
Game's up.
If I do this right. Oh, I didn't do this right. I didn't do this right. I didn't do this right. No, I'm sad. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's so close. Why is it so close? No! I didn't get it in time. I need it under 7 minutes, and I know I can do it. I actually just messed up at the end there. I had the ability timer, and I would have had 10 more seconds to be able to DPS it, and I just didn't do it right. So now I have to redo this. Yay, welcome to Fire with us, everybody.
Be sanctified.
Midnight Phantasmagoria! Rest and reap!
Settle down. Silence.
Allow me! Oz revealed!
No rest for the wicked. Let the mighty be humble.
Billowing surge! A puppet
Can you do my stuff?
Shadow Raven! Let night fall! This may prelude.
Settle down. Justice is blindsided.
Revelation from on high!
The tides beckon. Silence.
Alright.
By royal decree, rest and reap.
I did not do the same amount of time as I did last time. I have like 12 seconds left to do it this time. Yay, joy.
I'm going in! Things are about to get dicey. Now you shall perish! Shine down! Illusion shattered! Busted! Let's light it up! Teamwork is... time to go! Torn to oblivion!
Honestly, electro damage seems to be better on the funnel.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
I need more
Everybody
time.
stand back! There is no escape! Higher, higher, hit by fire!
Yeah, dang it. Alright. Well, if this is the case, we're actually going to stop Abyss here, because it's actually hard this time. I thought I'd be able to just kind of breeze through it like I did last time, but I'm going to leave for now. And then I'm actually going to do what I promised the stream was going to actually end up being, which is doing the Archon quest. It's been a half hour, but I do plan on being here for a little bit longer. Any good arties? Feather with crit damage and only base HP. Nouvelette's feather is kind of cracked, so that's actually no good. I don't need it. This, only ER. And the HP with EM? If that rolls a second substat, it might be worth, but that's a hard one. Sad it's only a 3-statter, though. Got that, and then that's condensed, that's that. Is there anything else? Not in the inventory.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Yes, they are beautiful creatures. Melusines are beautiful creatures. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. I hear it all the time. Just abandon the challenge. Fine, do that, do that, do that. Look at all that stuff I just got. Good stuff, good stuff. It's like 3 whole wishes. Expedition rewards. I don't care enough. Okay. Very important. We're going to the Fortress of Meropide. We're about to get out of prison. So that is where we have left off with the story. Is that this floor? That is this floor. I don't know why we're on that floor, but let's go to that floor. And now all of the commentary on what I think about the story and what's not and such things. Alright. So first, I actually might just do this comp, honestly. I know, like, it's pretty much the same comp, only Furina instead of Kokomi. I kind of like it, not gonna lie. Is there any... There's no real, like, other characters that I want to play as. So I guess I could play as Candace, and she's out. No, she's not Candace, it's Charlotte. Candace is the Athens, this girl. There. I'm gonna stick with this comp. It's definitely viable when it comes to the fights. Even just Nahida and Fischl alone can carry most of what I want to do. And then Nouvelette can do Nouvelette things and just kill everything all the time, all at once. And they all are just here to carry.
It's pouring out here. Oh, wait, the water levels aren't rising, are they?
It's raining? I'm underground. It can't be rain. You're in a factory. You're indoors. Why would you say that? Okay, it's raining. Oh no. The prophecy's gonna come true. Whatever shall I do? I actually don't know what you've been doing, Farina, with the prophecy that you very well know about, and you seem to actually confidently have a plan about, from what I had gathered from the last Archon quest. So, like, I'm curious how this is gonna turn out. It is north. It is above ground. I don't know why it's here, and it showed that it was in that one, but you know, whatever. Oh, okay, I gotta go to the administrative area. Let me out of prison, please.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
Sounds good.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh no, is it happening again?
What's happening?
You good?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
The prophecy is true. It's always been true. We've known it's been true. There's no such thing as a prophecy that isn't true, because then no one would take it seriously. What an interesting story that would be. Like a prophecy that like is just straight up not true, but everyone believes it's going to be, and then tragedy ensues.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Like all of the actions of the fear of the tragedy cause or the prophecy's tragedy actually causes more tragedy than the actual thing would have itself, and then it just turns out worse. That'd be funny. It's almost like how humans do things. Where am I going? Hold up. Go to the office. I haven't seen that show though. Heal Nivelet. Oh yeah. We shall. Stairs, Writhely.
Your Grace?
Your Grace. Thank you for letting us out of prison. Oh.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Nothing at all, Josija. Nothing at all.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
It was just an earthquake.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
But you're like hundreds of feet underneath the water. How do you get tremors from the surface to reach the underwater?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
It'll be fine for a while.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Well, in comparison to what it was before.
You've got a point.
Maybe it's
Okay,
a big
seems
tremor.
we need to get back
Thank
into the
you
surface
for that
and ask
riveting
about what
revelation,
happened.
Crink. Maybe it is a big tremor. Maybe the big tremor that came from the surface is actually just a big tremor that came from the surface. It's wild.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I can't make the heart. It's whatever. It's fine. It's a
I
Tuesday.
believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Oh, that's actually important because child.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yes, and the over the month period of time that we have been here.
Yep.
Yep.
It's you two.
Yes!
Are you leaving now?
No, I don't want to leave anymore. Wait, let me stay in prison. Let me stay in prison. Sijui's here.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Yeah, a lot of people has helped us out. Like Sijui.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Arg. Emotions.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
That's
You're
a
not
lovely
going to
line.
see us
The
off?
gods will escort you out.
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed. No.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Testing out how rude
After being
Paimon
down
can
here
be.
for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's fine. It's not like we'll never
Yeah,
visit again.
don't worry. We'll come back to see you.
We'll definitely come back to see
Paimon
you.
really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
You know when it's not purple.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
No promises.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
Don't lie to the man.
Well, it seems our work
We
in the
are
Fortress
literally
of
the
Meripede is
definition of
finished.
getting into
That's
trouble.
the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now.
To the Palais
Next up,
Memoria.
the Palais
Palais Mamon... Palais... Palais
You're going to see
Mamonia.
Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
It's her idol, is Monsieur
I'm
Nougat.
sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Okay, I won't. I will? Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to the Palais. Wait, I have dialogue option. What are you saying?
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Vacation time is nice.
Thank you for being so It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
All right. I'm just going to say this as well. The fact that... Where is she? There she is. The fact that Sigewinne is an actual Melusine, or part Melusine, gives me all kinds of questions. Because the Melusine, as far as I understand, are a species of only females, and they're only, like, that size. And they are all, like... They all have, like, the non-human-esque... Don't stare at Sigewinne like that. The non-human-esque skin, and Sigewinne does. And she's the only one who does. I am concerned and confuzzled upon which the lore of explanation will give this information as I don't know why she has this, why she is the way that she is. And I'm very perplexed as to why, and a lot of the lore does not explain why and would suggest things otherwise. So I look forward to seeing more of more lore about the Melusine as a whole. I don't think she would have been like tested on or would have been like an artificially made Melusine combined with a human. I don't think that's possible because like the Melusine don't like reproduce with each other. They're kind of like just made and then there they go. And they kind of just live their life. There is no mammalian reproduction or reptilian reproduction even. So I'm just really confused to why she has normal looking human features, whereas all of the well hello, let me back. Like all of the other, there's got to be another scene here. No, there's one up here. Like all of the, gosh darn it, it's the cutscene one. Oh, you're gonna see him anyway.
Harmonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
It is, ain't it? Yeah, they all look like
Halt!
this.
Huh?
Halt?
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Yeah, we're special. Get it right.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
Okay.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Everyone's so busy.
Is Nervulette just not here? Is that why everyone's so busy? He seems to be one of those like really like dedicated to work types of people. Hi.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
Okay.
In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very
Did
well
we?
then.
I did actually. Yeah, that's true.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Yeah, that's fine. Sit in a chair, nice, comfy, cozy chair. Good chair. Or just me and Paimon in the love seat together. Which
All
is
right.
just is
I
a
should
love
wrap
seat
things
a
up for now.
two-person chair, or is it a small couch? I love creating philosophical chaos. All right, that should wrap
Are
things
you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
up. Mhm.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede,
It was.
and
thus
it
why
appears
we're
that you
here.
have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
I'm the paper man. I'm great at doing paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we had a
massive
dream about a whale, or the whatever it is, the whale that Child did the thing with, or that I had dream of. A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
It might be, according to the logic of Krink, it's either a big tremor or a massive whale. I think the massive whale might just be a massive whale.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea.
That makes sense.
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat.
Yes.
Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Okay.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't
Most
dissolve.
people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt
Right.
earlier?
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
Uh-huh.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's the source
Okay.
of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson.
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an
Poisson.
alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
The pressure of what the seal that has made might be very strong and it might delay it, but what that means is that if it's something is building up, the pressure is going to leak from somewhere else.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Yes, a singular cow has allowed the tremors from the Wait, what? What did I... The narwhal? The whale is a cow, yes.
I'll have to ask you two
That's
to go
not
to
a very
Poisson
nice thing to
first.
say about a whale.
I'll
but,
meet you
know.
there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
It is a matter of fact that a cow is a cow and a whale is a whale. It is insulting to both the cow and the whale to call the other the other. Or sorry, to call each other the other.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Learn your propriety. Your animalism propriety.
Please be careful.
I'm actually like never careful. I've died multiple times. Hey, looking nice, my guy. What's up?
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
I already wished for you. You've given me more than enough help. Okay. Where is me going? I'm going to Poisson. Let's go Poisson. Let's go Poisson.
Oh no! What happened here?
No, she onyoed us. Oh no. Why did she onyo? That's a good onyo. the onion. The guy chopping onions with like the accent. First you dice the onion. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape. Everyone pretty much evacuated.
Navia should be around here, right?
Let's go find Navia. I doubt everyone. No one would be like there wouldn't be a massive dissolve. There wouldn't be a mass dissolving. I want
We haven't seen a
dissolution be
single
the thing,
soul
but
all
it's
the
not.
way here.
Yeah, that is scary.
What will I ever do now?
What will you do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof.
You good, my guy?
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
Come on, you can do parkour. Just get down. Jump, you won't.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
I'm not young anymore. All of us, hopefully, someday. It's the goal. The goal is to make it that far.
My Desiree!
I feel like I should not be witnessing this sad, emotional moment.
He looks pretty sad.
Yeah.
My leg!
My leg!
My leg!
It's actually awful, and I'm sad that this is happening, but there's a lot of good jokes to make here.
How could this have happened?
How could this happen to me?
Just
this is not
hang in
great.
there.
This is not.
Help
this
is on the
not
way.
a good look for me.
You can hold my hand if it makes you
Not a
feel
good
better.
look for me. Judging by the names of the people, I think there may have been a disaster. This is a disaster of the Spina di Rosula. Hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel any better. If you guys know each other, it might, but if not, it's like... that's a 50-50 split, my guy, and the other side of that coin isn't as pretty. Well, dang. This place got wrecked. Honestly, what happened? What happened? What happened? Why are all the memes coming to my head? I don't understand. What happened? Ooh, I got a bow. No. Let's go over here. Navia! Save us! Save us and save Geo.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
She's at least standing, so she looks very sad.
You're
however,
here.
And very somber. Dang.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came
In
as quickly
Poisson.
as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
You good? Did your butler die?
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his
All right. You'll... I'm sorry. Where were we?
She's shaken. Dang.
The situation...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Wow.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all
what
dissolved.
The frick? They actually like... What?
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Dang.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
That freaking sucks.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now
It just
is
feels
try
like
our
the
best to
pressure
help
is just
evacuate the
changing and it's
residents.
appearing in other
We still
areas
haven't completed the
of
head count, but
Fontaine.
we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really...
Don't say that, Navia.
Yeah.
That's what friends are for.
Yeah. Yeah, Melus and Silver. Like, I kind of noticed, like, the moment she's just kind of, like, standing by herself. And with how somber she is, I'm sure that she's, like... She's at a point where she knows she has to be able to take charge, but it's also, like, dang. Like, my left and my right-hand man are both just gone.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And off she goes!
Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters. Her decisions are clear and reasonable. His
Okay,
face is marred.
the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Cool.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
No, she's gonna board the other two. No! But they're water, so there can't be a grave. No! No! It's so sad. The gulls once wept. Ugh. Oh, frick, dude. This is not a great moment. You see, this is one of the things where I was like, how are they going to, like, if they're going to, like, flood Fontaine, like, how are they going to do it without, like, permanently changing the map? Because they don't permanently really change the map is the thing in this game. And so unless they're going to do something, like, completely unprecedented, which I don't put past Genshin, or it's going to be stuff like this to where it's just going to, a lot of stuff is going to happen off screen. Or if it happens on screen, by the time we get back into those areas, stuff will already have alleviated.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Melus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Don't ask that question after you very clearly know what happened.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and...
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid.
Yeah.
But...
And this is like really good voice acting on her too. Like it's not over the top like it usually can be. And it feels genuine at the same time. Like, even if you're over the top, it can still feel somewhat genuine, just, like, not the proper tone for what the scene is. And this is really well done.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Oh, they're gonna give us flashbacks.
Everything looks so clean after it
rains.
Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Dang. And you put it... That's a very poetic way to put a cemetery. Dang.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Dang. That's funny.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Save us the trip. He's just thinking economically, everyone.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's just a sucky position to be in. Like, to where, like, just friends are able to help you to such a degree and you're just unable to help them just based on the situation. Even in the most, like, remedial way of just being able to bury them in a certain fashion. And not even being able to do that. It's so small, and the fact that even the thing that was so small was taken from you almost hurts more than if it was a big thing that was taken from you. Because it's almost like whatever is the cause of this was so apathetic towards anything that you had to do, and was so emotionally uninvolved that you were so emotionally insignificant to the greater existence outside of yourself that even the small things that would have given you the smallest modicum of joy, you're not even allowed to have. And so it's a kicking you while you're down, and those kicks seem to hurt a lot more.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obana, Khan, Burnett. So,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
It's hard in tragedies, like, to have that perspective, to where it's like, man, this, like, if something like this happened, we thought it was going to be worse. But it's like, man, this shouldn't have even happened.
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Paimon, you're a dunce, but you're a dunce with a heart of gold. Yeah.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Huh? Girl, what you doing here? But you're right. That is one of the most eloquent things Paimon has ever said. But what are you doing here? You were like... What are you doing here?
The knave? What are you doing here?
That's what I said!
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Were you in, like, diplomatic talks with Navia? Were you being hosted by Navia?
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Interesting.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, man, you do realize that, like, we beat up, like, so many Fatui, right? And, like, for some reason, you, as one of the Harbingers of the Fatui that we continuously beat up, are not insulted by that fact and are kind of still your own party, even separate from that, even though you kind of have control over that. This is weird.
Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
She's trying... The knave, she's trying to get the people of Fontaine to rise up against Farina, so that, like, she'll take proper action in the way that the knave wanted to, isn't she? And so she went straight to Farina to, like, be like an intimidating factor to see if she could in a way coerce Farina into doing what the knave wanted. But since that didn't exactly work out in the way that she planned, and Farina was very stubborn with what she had to say, oddly, really stubborn, because she usually bends the knee to things that she's wrong about, but there's something that she can't tell us? I don't know. This is interesting.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Yes.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
That's true.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
You consider power itself, no matter how it is used, a virtue.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Yeah.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
People confuse things that are noble-sounding for being actually noble, is the thing. And so they confuse their the inferred intentions of the other party, and use that as a reason to not put much stock into what they have to say. And so they'll just wave it away as, oh, you're just trying to console me. Oh, you're just trying to make me feel better. And which is true, but it's like it doesn't make what was said any less true. You need to be able to analyze specifically what that you need to be able to specifically analyze whether or not what was said was true.
You're
Period.
right. I'm sorry for your... Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
Yeah.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Is it going to be on Elenius next?
Indeed. Allow me to share
Well,
the latest
no,
intel
please
I've
don't
received
make that
from the House
be
of the
the
Hearth's
affirmation of
intelligence
what I
network
said.
with you.
Goodness gracious, I really hope the Melusine, like, do not have anything to have happen to them.
During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
In many ways.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task.
You're gonna give me a task? Are you gonna pay me? Can you... Are you sure this will be okay? Like, you're... Oh, yo, Sketch, what's up? Hi. I'm doing the story now before I go on vacay. Because I will not be in my house for, like, the next 4 days.
The House of the Hearth's members see
Honestly,
each
the
other
next
as
5
family,
days, realistically.
but Linny,
I'm
Lynette,
pretty
and
much only gonna
Fremine
be here to
said that
sleep
they
tomorrow.
also see you as such, even though you are not
I
from
like
the
trucks.
house.
I do like trucks. We'll see how it hits me. Because I've seen some stories. I've seen many stories, and many of them have absolutely broken me and destroyed me. I want to see where this goes. I have successfully stayed spoiler free. I just know that essentially people are calling this the best Archon Quest chapter ever. And that's saying a lot because, goodness gracious, Sumeru, I think it was like 3.2 or 3.3. Whichever one was the Samsara, like that is peak Genshin to me so far. But with the way that Genshin is going, Fontaine seems to be like that middle ground to where it's like, it's a lot more of like the lighter stuff. And then where we're going to get in, oh my gosh, Snezhnaya and whatever the other area is. I don't hear it said that often, so I always forget its name. But whatever the next two areas are for Cryo and Pyro, I have a feeling those two main stories are going to be extremely serious and much darker than what Genshin normally is. Or honestly, as dark as Genshin can get with the PG-13 rating. So we'll see how that goes. It probably is the darkest story yet. I think it's going to be the middle ground between what the light stuff is and what it isn't. I think Inazuma was supposed to be darker than what it was. I think Inazuma was the writers kind of getting a foothold on stuff. So like you get Mondstadt, which is super, super happy. Like everything's hunky-dory essentially in Mondstadt. And it's like, oh, we got to save the little dragon from the nothing he was becoming. And then you get to Liyue and you get a little bit of politics, you get a little bit of lore about the world, you kind of get into it, and like, this is Genshin, you know? And then Inazuma's supposed to be like, yeah, but not all the Archons are good. Not all the Archons are smart, and not all of the people actually care. And it's not just like petty stuff. It's like really bad like war crimes and stuff like that. So I feel like that's what Inazuma was supposed to be. Sumeru got much, much happier. It got into a much more controlled aspect of it, but we kind of got a hold of it before it turned like really, really bad. And it got pretty close to bad with Scaramouche. But even then it was like, it was much more of a sad drama about Scaramouche than it was about the amount of evil that was actually conspiring, existing, that was in this story. And so I feel like Sumeru is a bit happier than Fontaine, and then Fontaine's going to be like this middle ground of it's going to get darker from here. So that's my prediction with it as well. No, I mean like Genshin as a whole. So really, really light, a little bit of dark with Inazuma, back to light again with Sumeru. Even if like the story was good drama, it was still relatively light, I'd say. The world quests in Sumeru were dark. Dude, the story with Jet was kind of crazy. The story with Jet was really crazy, actually. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I'm talking to the knave. I didn't really like think that I would get this opportunity and this quick. So, House of the Hearth members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine also say, even though you're not from the house.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you
Yeah,
to be.
I was not expecting those three to be main players in this kind of area. I'm not gonna lie. You hear a magician and you're like, oh yeah, how important is the magician character going to be to the overarching story plot of like the Nation of Water? It's like, dang.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon
Yeah, Chasms
feel kinda
is like an
happy.
interesting interlude. It's almost like it's like an OVA episode. It's OVA episodes in anime. It's like 4 or 5 episodes of anime that's just kind of like stuff that's not its own thing, or that is its own thing, but it's not entirely its own thing because it's still based on a prior IP that's a proper season. Or at least that's how my mind thinks about it, because my mind is all about organizing things based on the seasonal structure of anime and how those are released. So it's not like I've been doing that or watching stuff like that for, 10 years. So
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
okay.
So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Do I get to play as Navia? Wait, why would I get to play as Navia? She's not even a character yet. Frick, dang it. There's no way I'm gonna get to play as Navia as like... Would they do that? I don't think they'd let you play as a character
You wish
that
to
you
join,
can't buy
Miss
yet.
Navia?
Would they?
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
You got to find a nice balance between not wallowing in your sorrow, but still not ignoring your own grief. You have to
Besides,
find a good in between with
I'm
that.
also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Yeah, there's some validity to that. Because, like, no matter what, the moment you go to bed tonight, that's going to be what's on your mind, and you're probably going to cry yourself to sleep. That's just kind of how that works. But there's a sense of you have to continue forward during the day while you still can. And not let the worst and saddest parts of you, like, come out 24/7. There's a time and a place to grieve, and it's necessary and it's good. And it can't be all the time. Can't be never. Can't be all the time. She needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
I like
What
that.
do you say,
I
traveler?
do like that. We'll go to the ruins
All
together.
right.
Sounds good.
The ruins are to the...
Here's the map.
The three
Cool. Let's go. All right, where are we going? Yay, stuff. I like getting stuff from my quests. That's a lot of adventure XP. Also, I hit AR 59 recently. That's on this one. So I hit that recently. I have an achievement. Witness the Poisson disaster. Yay, I'm so happy that I got that and I was rewarded for witnessing tragedy. Feels good. Thanks, Genshin. What's in my mail? Compensation? There's an issue whereby when Charlotte's level 4 constellation effect is triggered, if she is off-field, she will not regenerate elemental energy as a result of the constellation effect. This issue has been fixed. We sincerely apologize for any inconveniences this has caused in your gaming experience and have prepared the below compensation for you. Please make sure to claim it in time. And what is this? Dear Traveler, the Mystic Dungeon... Oh, yeah, it's ending soon. Cool, I already got all my rewards from that. It was fun, actually. I wish they would do limited character stuff like that more often, but then, like, actually make it... I want this game's combat to be difficult at some point.
I see the value in my own work.
I know you do. I want this game to be difficult at some point. And I don't mean difficult in just higher HP. I mean difficult as in... Oh, what the frick? This is really out of the way. This is a weird spot. Let's go here, I guess. Can I? Yeah, let's just go up here and this is like barely closer, if closer at all. Oh, my name's okay. So, I started playing Genshin in 2020. So I was there for the Klee 1.1 update. That's how I got Klee. So Klee was my first 5-star. I pulled her on within my first 50 pulls, and so I was really, really cool. My name's Keziah because well, one, it's a female traveler's name, and so I never like to fully self-insert into games, even if they're very like games that are designed to be like that. And that's just so that, like, I kind of keep, like, if something happens in the game, I kind of keep, like, my own...
Are these the ruins
like,
the name was
mine's
talking
difference
about?
between it.
Oh,
the name is one of my favorite names ever. And so, like, it's one of those names where it's like, if I had a child to name, like, that would be a leading contender. And the reason is because Keziah is the... Keziah, it's from the Book of Job, actually. Keziah is the second-born daughter to Job after his ordeal. That when everything is restored after his whole ordeal, that is the second-born daughter to Job. One of like just a random name just kind of put there. If I'm not mistaken, the daughters of Job were named, but I don't believe the sons were, which is also really interesting and kind of also, you know. Maybe the patriarchy didn't exist as much as people think it does. And so it's one of my favorite names. It's just really nice sounding. It's Hebrew for spices or cinnamon. In that sense, that's kind of like its normal thing. And I know we use cinnamon as kind of like a pet name, but like Keziah is also where the name Cassie comes from, Kasha. And so it's a very similar pronunciation that's just gotten for like time over time. So it already has its own name. I just like it in this spelling and that pronunciation as well. I would do the firstborn daughter of Job, Jolb, J-O-L-B, Jolb, right up there with Frolb, with Job. But the firstborn daughter to Job was called like Al-Apush or Al-Apuk. And I'm just like, that's not a very good name for this day and age. So, yeah, one of my favorite names, period. And so I just enjoyed the name, so I put it pretty much everywhere when I was naming characters. It was around the time when I first like learned that name, and so it's a name very near and dear to my heart. And so I usually put it on like the characters that I know I'm going to be spending a lot of time with. And so, I like to imagine. I also didn't realize that Aether and Lumine had proper names when I first started this game. I thought they were just going to be considered Traveler or no names or have amnesia or something like that. So when they ask you to name a character, it's like they don't have a name. They need a name, so name them. Otherwise, they would just keep the name. You would think, right? No, this game kind of takes the weird like no ground. It doesn't go to either. It takes both. It's like, oh yeah, they don't have a name and they do. It's like you get to name them and they also have their own name. It's like, why? Clea was your first 5-star. Skyward Pride. Yeah, Skyward Pride's good on her if I'm not mistaken, but I think I just got Skyward Pride actually. I don't know how good it is. I know it has really high base attack and really high attack percent. I don't know. I think the passive is about energy recharge as well. I'd have to go look it up. I can look it up. Skyward Pride. Oh, I'm thinking of the Catalyst version of that set of weapons then. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I thought you said you were happy that you got Clee because you also had Skyward Pride from the default banner, which would have been her weapon, a Catalyst weapon. I'm pretty sure, like, her best in slot that's not her personal weapon is the Widsith, if I'm not mistaken, because it's a crit damage Catalyst that's a 4-star. It's like, why don't we get crit damage? Like, I mean, it's still from the gacha, and you don't get to craft it, but, like, still. Oh, Naruhodo ne first 5-star character. Lovely.
They seem to be pretty.
They're
Go in
old.
and have a look.
Just be careful.
Do I get to play as Navia? Frick. I knew it. I knew it'd be too good to be true. All right, let's get in here and just do everything. There's no rewards for doing this. Whee! Oh. Max is 60 for AR rank as well. Max is definitely 60. Is there stuff here that I can get? Is there more stuff here? I always am super careful with checking for chests and whatnot. And these, what the heck? Alright, can I Alright, nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh hey, it's one of these guys. It's not Caterpillar, dang it.
Strike a pose. Odds for deal by
Bam. Easy. Perfect. Good stuff, everybody. Good stuff. All right. Can I do the thing? Ha! It did work.
Here isn't safe.
Close enough. Whoops. Ooh, chest.
By royal decree.
They're both dead. Hyper Bloom OP. Oh, you were gonna dive in? Pff, bruh. Not on my watch. Now is not the time for swimming. Now is the time for destruction.
This place has also been contaminated by
I
primordial
know, it's very
seawater.
intense. I love it. It's great.
Yeah,
Makes him seem more like a man!
a lot of it too.
Manly fighting
It would
voice.
most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Yeah. You should go back to safety.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you.
You must
to just
not
stay
dissolve. If you dissolve, our hopes for Geo dissolve with you. I already have Zhongli. I don't need 2 intense grandpas. I only I don't have
get by
Zhongli.
my
I was
wrong.
tempted
We're
to
not
pull for
saying
him in
you're useless.
Child,
It's just that
but I know Zhongli for me is cool character, really good character too. He's kind of a no fun character. He's kind of just like people like Geo shields are kind of just like a no fun. It's like or like they make everything really easy if you have a really good shielder. So it's like, oh yeah, you don't move, and oh, you don't get to hurt me. What you gonna do? It's like there's no game after that. Like there's no timing your dashes as much as you need to. Like as much as I had literally said when I was doing this earlier in the stream when I was doing a little bit of Spiral Abyss, I'm like, man, I need a Geo character so that my Nouvelette doesn't get his charge attack interrupted. Like it'd be nice to have, but it's also like, do I need to? It's like, no, there's some characters that I feel like it would be less fun to have than to not have. And I think Zhongli's one of them. I always try to pick like the fun characters. I say that. Like Furina's ult does like no damage and is just a buff. So it's like, that's not exactly really fun, but she has kind of like 2 other abilities technically. So, you know,
No,
it's
you're
a
right.
yes and no.
I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
I was also tempted, instead of going on that rant, to just simply state, no one can have too many intense grandpas. Yeah, see, that's what I've been doing recently as well. That's why I rebuilt Fischl, in part because her set was also Farina's set, although I didn't know that until like a week ago. But I was rebuilt Fischl, and so I had that, and I used Nouvellette as well. I have 2 new characters, so I'm just kind of using them right now. Farina's still level 60. I don't have Whopper Flower Nectar, dude. Like, everything requires Whopper Flower Nectar, and so I just don't have Farina built properly, so she's only healing for like 1.3k.
That complicates things.
My voice could be louder. I think I can change that.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
That might be a little bit better there. Yeah. I appreciate the assistance as well. I was always really
In that
hesitant
case,
with it.
do you want to
Sometimes
wait
it's
for us
just
here?
like my sometimes it's just the way that my soundboard kind of works and the way my mic is. And sometimes I just
The
get
water
louder
levels
than
here
normal
are
anyway,
unstable.
and my mic covers all
And
of
there's a
it.
chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be... I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just
Seemed like
up
there isn't any
Alright.
other option.
Come with it.
Okay. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
Oh no, it's a dead end.
Stop onyoing me. No more onyo.
Climbing over from the side.
Let's try climbing over from the side. Walks on water instead. Bruh, let me up. Let me up. Let me up, bruh. You're doing your best, Fiorina. Come on. Good job. Good job. You go, girl. Where's next? Up there. What? What? What you mean? Can I, like, do that? I can't climb that. Oh, there's a hole. Hi. Let's get over here. What is this? What is this? What is here? There's nothing. Give me more chests. I need more things. Having her on the story is really for the yeah, it is, but I don't care. Like with Nouvellettes, it actually kind of made sense because he kind of like was, or at least a story quest specifically. Like a story quest, he kind of goes out into the city with you and talks to all the Melusine, and that's really fun to have Nouvellette kind of like in your party for it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all going to be leading up to what. Why am I so zoomed out? Oh my gosh! That's probably why I'm so zoomed out. I don't know if I can make... What? Can I...
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Oh, it was... Okay, there was no way... It just you failed. I literally failed. I stepped on it and they were like, no. I was like, huh. Okay, I made it this time. Yay. Oh, cutscene. Yay. Dramatic bridge running as bridge collapses. Oh no. Oh no, you don't. You are not dissolving Navia. Do they actually? There's no frickin' way. There's no way, dude. Wait, what? Do we get to play as Navia? I say as she falls into primordial seawater. Okay, cool. She's fine. I think she's she's back in Poisson?
Demoiselle,
Oh, no. Oh, she is in the seawater, frick.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
You see the little waves in the vision water.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
He's fat. the distortion on his character model made him.
Was I sleeping?
Okay.
Yes, it would
See you.
appear so.
See you soon, I guess. Then.
I must be tired.
No, you're on that water, girl.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
Giverny.
He'd requested our help
What was that voice
before with
crack? Gross.
foreign merchants who had a
Giverny.
debt dispute with him, and
Giverny.
we'd resolved the
Little
matter
matter.
not long ago.
Resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants
Giverny!
finally realized that I wasn't
Not
the one they
Giverny!
were looking for.
That's how I
Why,
know she's in
wasn't
the
even
water.
The guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor,
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Yep.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett,
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
Burnett the Burnett. Good naming, Genshin. Good naming.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Cool.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. Sometimes. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important...
We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
What? Trial?
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Welcome back. We're going to trial. We're going to trial. Okay.
look, it's Navia. She's here.
We're going to the dream trial.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
What is this trial? What is this dream?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
Are all of the hold up, let me take a guess. Are all of the people that get thrown into the primordial seawater, do they become part of the Mécanique du Cardinal? Like they almost kind of like associate as one hive mind in a way? That'd be so cool. Like they're in the water and then the Denalis Mécanique du Cardinal. Denalis Mécanique du Cardinal. Interesting.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Her voice acting is so good for this.
And as for the judge...
Like, I'm probably pulling for Navia, if not only for her voice acting. It's kind
Where's
of, like,
Monsieur
I don't care if
Neuvillette?
she's viable or good. And she's probably gonna be, like, freaking 5-star Noelle, honestly.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry.
Unless
Silver
they
and I shall
massively
accompany
change
you.
how Geo works. Because she's a Claymore Geo character, so...
All right. But are you sure you can...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Okay, what is this
Hey,
trial?
what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur
Yeah.
Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
Zhongli is not a 5-star Noelle. I mean, his thing heals but like Noelle's like 5-star capability is a potential like temporary shield, and then like the AO like huge dude. Noelle's ult is kind of awesome. It's still kind of awesome. Even after all of the characters that have come out, her ult is still awesome. It's like one of those like really long-lasting ults. Like it lasts longer than like Raiden's sword. And so it's like and like the visual aspects of it are so much cooler. It's really, really nice.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. The head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Best way to kill Geo. Yeah, because can't you hit multiple pylons at once with that? It's like the only ability that can like do that. That's not like a one-tick ability. It's really cool.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good
I just use
person?
Razor with Wolf's Gravestone because I have Wolf's Gravestone. And I refuse to build D-Luke, so I'll just use it on Razor.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
Okay.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty.
The Aura
and you shall
Tris
stay
Mechanique
here.
d'Analyse
You
Cardinal.
will be
Okay,
together
thank
with
you. Thank you
us
for that.
Forever.
Huh?
All
are you
me taking
saying?
French in high school has really helped me out during this Fontaine arc. Just wait till we go to Snezhnaya and then all the Russian comes out and I'm like, ah, frig, I don't know any of this.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me
Oh,
Okay.
well, if that's what you...
How wonderful!
What?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes,
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Okay.
Malus?
In what way?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear
On-
and unanimous.
on what?
Let the court judge her now.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Is this like the stasis of the water?
I
What
wish
is
to exercise
happening?
my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others.
Are they like debating? Is this like an in-between on like the ability to be able to call yourself not from Fontaine or something like that?
Please do not
Non-Fontainian?
mistake her actions as being otherwise.
What is happening?
As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice. That even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
So yeah, he's the representative or the ideological representative of the primordial seawater, being able to combine all of the people?
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents... Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
That's freaking creepy. Don't do that.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Fair point.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall... And that...
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit
They're all water. I don't know if
but
that
they're
means
all
they're dead. Maybe it is dead. I don't know, but they're all water.
don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
You are all water.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Nadia here
I
with
don't
us.
know what you're talking about. You're just water.
Mr. Malus and Mr.
Why is this happening?
Be so stubborn.
I'm so confused.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oh, that's...
Navia
I missed the flash.
belongs to
As it was
us.
just distortion.
After all that happened, she should
Oh,
not
it's
be
an
left alone in
oceanid.
Poisson.
Okay. Is the primordial seawater just the oceanid? What the heck?
What are you saying?
An oceanid? The
No more
oceanid? Are
excuses.
oceanids just humans? Interesting.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she.
Silence.
Hi! How are you, good sir?
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
What? What? I don't understand.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, Demoiselle.
He
This
is
is your only
hydro.
chance to
He is
leave this
hydro.
place.
Can he guide?
What?
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Probably.
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must come.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
I don't know what's going on.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake.
Okay, so he is here. I was like, what?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Wow,
Were
cool.
it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
So how, though? Because it's so unique, it would have to be the same for each of them, right? So all of the people that get dissolved are in a way like their own minds, but still within the confines of being one with the primordial seawater. and their representation is that of an Oceanid. And so they still have some influence within themselves and with the water. So they still have a sense of identity within there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to protect Navia. But they're also still trapped into the primordial seawater as a whole, unable to reform to their normal bodies. Will that be permanent? What will they only? So what are Oceanids? I didn't do the world quest where we found out how the frick Oceanids properly reproduce, or what's the actual way that happens. We were actually going to the towers to figure that out, and I hadn't done it yet. What is going on?
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Vache.
You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become
Perhaps
Oceanids.
those two Oceanids were the...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect.
Yeah.
Please come with...
Nivelette. My hero.
Nivelette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff out? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this?
I suppose so.
By the way, Siegeween said, yeah, Siegeween, let's go! Let's go, Siegeween! Best character.
Siegeween. I hope all is well with her these
Siegeween.
days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
I highly doubt.
No way. Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
Yeah.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Siegeween would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
She probably does. But that's okay. And I think she's doing a better job than you are.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegeween made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's
You're the
check out
expert here,
something else
Paimon,
then.
and when it comes to small talk, say something.
Oh, Nivelette.
You're probably quite the swimmer.
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Nivelette competing in the Olympics. He actually is. He actually increases your party's swim speed underwater for Fontaine by 30%. Which is really cool. Oh, yes,
Of course.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
This isn't going anywhere.
Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the rest. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave, and we had a chat.
Yeah.
We originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Love is destructive.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Okay.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Why does Nivelette seem oddly polite? I'm so estranged by everything going on.
Bow your head.
Okay. I'm very weirded out by what has been going on. Oh no, no, don't zoom out like that again. Last time I zoomed out, everything fell apart. No.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
No, we must go forward. We must live. Frick, I don't have stamina for this. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. No! I don't do parkour apparently. I'm gonna use an adult so that these stairs are not freaking a nightmare. Alright, Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Let me in!
Hey,
No rest.
Hi. Just whack her. Just keep whacking her. Just.
Settle down.
I know I timed that ultimate really bad. What's falling? What's falling? Is the ceiling falling? What? I don't know what's going on. What is happening? Why is everything was so dramatic all of a sudden? Everything is happening.
Almost at the top. Keep it up.
Give me that chest. What is going on? Let me in.
The Shelby. Yeah. I summon.
Silence. An oversight on.
Time to shine. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
Everyone hold hands.
Cool. I don't know what that was, but okay, cool. Thanks, appreciate it. Cool. Definitely saw what just happened. Okay. I'm very estranged by everything. Okay, I just did a 360, but lovely. Okay.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Okay.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Seems to be something on the wall. The writing on the wall. Farina! On her throne alone
It
on
seems
the
like they were
on the sea
put
of
here
water.
As an offering.
This is the room of the prophecy, isn't it?
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is...
The surrounding walls also.
There's something written below. Let
Reason
Paimon see.
dictates that this nation be destroyed. I should
Reason dictates that this
Oh,
nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
So this is probably the same guy, like, that's from the World Quest. If you paid attention to the World Quest with all the books and whatnot, like from the Ninzessen cruise.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
Are they
She's facing
bowing to Celestia?
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
They finally mentioned Celestia!
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of...
That's what's gonna happen this time around, isn't it?
Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are
So
they
the first
all
thing
in
was
the
was the fall, if I'm not mistaken, deck like 600? Is that the second slate? I don't know.
The fourth image. I know this one.
Yeah, the
This
image
is-
matches the content of the
People will
prophecy.
all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah. Okay.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just... This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come...
I really hope...
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh.
What do you mean by that? Yeah.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
That's fun.
And yet the order is reversed here.
They're confessing to their sin. What sin are they? Is this not just a prophecy about Fontaine, but also about Celestia as well?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
That's probably true.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if...
Did she herself commit that sin? And also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people,
probably
once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretold or not. Interesting. She falls into the water. She sits weeping on her throne. Alright, is it gonna go straight into a cutscene?
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's...
You still have energy for...
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Alright, see you then.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Okay.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
Cool. Bye, Navia. Navia, nous voulons about depart you and Paimon head to the Spina Dorsula base in Fleuve Cendre. Okay.
We're finally back!
Cool.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Lovely, thank you. Appreciate it.
And there's good food too! Ooh,
Chicken!
nice.
Get some
These are
chicken!
all Paimon's.
They gave Paimon chicken!
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Mona! You exist! The hydro-astrologist herself.
Huh?
I was wondering when you were going to
two.
start picking up here.
What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Miss, I'm too broke to even own a house. Or barely broke enough. Just broke enough.
Mona?
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
That's implying that she can actually do that, but she just doesn't have the time to. That's really funny.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a...
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll,
when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
No, it's because water. It's hydro. That one.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
The Great Mona.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have
That's
to
a
put
great
that
way to
into
phrase
your
that.
genealogy as well?
Yeah.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Lovely. The pride and arrogance and boastfulness knows no ceiling.
Thrice as great? That's so
Petty.
petty.
Yep.
I know, right?
I know.
That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
That's really petty and I kind of love it.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Or triple appetite Paimon. Lovely.
That sounds terrible.
It does, but it fits.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt's.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
That's the trailer line that we got from her. Let's go.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm shocked that that's actually a connection that was made. That makes a lot of sense,
The
actually.
invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat.
Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. That's kind of not feasible. So, whoever made this prophecy was frickin' powerful then.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Vision!
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
We're gonna have to infiltrate a witch's cult. I just know it. Well, welcome to Genshin, everyone, where we're gonna have to both, like, fight the heavens and then also infiltrate a witch's cult. It's gonna be great. Just not yet. Not yet. We first gotta go to Russia. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you.
Is her
It is
master's
often that I see you
skirt?
with such a serious
There's
look
no
on your
way,
face.
right?
I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, You're amazing as...
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all.
Skirk doesn't seem petty.
So
is
yes,
the
your
thing.
praises are quite welcome.
So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Yeah.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry.
I love
I
how
came
she
to
just
see what all the
accepts.
commotion was about.
Mona like accepts
anything
and
you
agrees
need,
with compliments
do not
so
hesitate to
easily
inform
and
the
so
Spina di
well. I kind of
Rosula.
envy it. She's like, oh yes, thank you. Like yes, that is me. I do that. Cool.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
Okay.
If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Please do.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Try to keep it down next time, Paimon. Gosh.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Why don't I talk more? I need to talk more so Paimon talks less proportionally.
That's more like it.
After a conversation, you get to get a little bit of energy. Words are hard, so I don't use them sometimes. Good morning.
To be honest, Paimon's still feeling. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette.
The best animation ever.
Get going.
Oh, Dash put her arms down real fast. Okay, I'm gonna... Cool, I got a bunch of stuff for that. 1200 adventure XP. Okay, I will be back in like 2 minutes. I gotta go to an idol meeting.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
I've returned. Alright, so, I gotta go to my office. Or Nouvelette's office, rather. Okay. Alright, what's going on? This is gonna be the conversation where we learn everything about what happened with Nouvelette and Farina? Probably.
You're here! Finally!
Good to know that I'm welcome amongst the staff of these
is
people.
something wrong?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Monsieur Nouvelette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
I will! Oh, this ought to be good.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
He says that with a lot of authority.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
Okay.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know any, but you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
He's so forthcoming with everything in all of his
My
questions.
deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
It's actually not, is the thing. I actually buy that. Because as far as I understand, Venti knows almost nothing about the previous Animo Archons. Nahida has a slight connection to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, but that's it. It's like this weird ethereal connection, and Nahida's entire connection with her, like the whole story arc behind that, came to the idea that, like, kind of like this underlying connection of you kind of tapped into like your actual archonhoodness, but then also like not feeling let down at the fact that you are Lesser Lord Kusanali and Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was your superior and better in every way. And so that got a connect. So that's kind of its own thing. There was a connection there, but it wasn't like knowing much about the other. It is not far from Furina to say that she would be the only one, or would not be. Sorry, she is herself and would not know anything about the previous Hydro Archon.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Like?
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly.
Interesting.
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
So egregiously intellectually intelligent in all the ways that we don't need her to be. Dang it. Still nothing from her.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
She's hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually
Everyone
is.
in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
And it's really hard to force an Archon to do anything.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just
Ain't
such
no
a
way
scenario.
he's gonna do what he did with us. Give us a fake trial, or in our case, a fake prison sentence, so that we could get a task greater than that of what we were doing. Is this how we force her hand?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
You're gonna need the help of the Knave and Navia. You're gonna need to group up all of the people of Fontaine and have this be a court trial decided by the court, decided by the people. And the people themselves are going to rule whether or not, or are essentially going to be the prosecutors to Furina. Dang.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
It's annoying because it's like, we don't want to do, like, I wouldn't want to do this. Like, by normal standards, I wouldn't want to do this.
But who will lend us their aid?
A boat somewhere in quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Drinking tea is very natural, Paimon. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Yeah. Aw. I'm about to do that in like 2 days. It's gonna be great.
It's nice to enjoy
6
tea
hours
here,
of
you
it
know?
in a car on
Care
the
for a cup?
highway. Life is a highway.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
You just asked the introvert to start the conversation?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
That's funny. I do like that, though. Good job, Genshin. Good job.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Oh,
I
yeah.
fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Chlorans!
Long-winded, don't you think?
Your face is long. Your hat is long-winded, actually. It's actually a very big hat.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You
Really?
might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Dang.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh, this is cute. I like this. Oh, she does have a geovision. I saw it.
Case, do any of you have experience hunting?
No.
Not that I recall.
You're a cat. What do you mean you don't have experience hunting?
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Marechaussee.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Is that how the lore is explaining the super strong mini bosses that just kind of appear in the world? Is that they're or at least some of them, like Rocky, like Rocky, and like the other one.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
I can't see your face
what
when your
would
hat
you
is the
choose
way
to
that it
build
is.
with?
You also look like a bird with your hat.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped.
Basket-shaped.
Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the boss.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
So you could meet them to where they're at their weak point, essentially. You can take advantage of their insecurity. You could simply just be very patient and wait for them to come within reach of what you need.
Calm and steady.
And I can be...
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Yeah, the thing is that how do you get a mechanical representation of the Hydro Archon in order to lead her into a trap?
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Really, the only one who would be on a grounds to do so that wouldn't be within a grand amount of suspicion would be us, the Traveler.
I fear I do not have a...
That makes sense. You usually solve, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
We're gonna Salem witch trials Farina, is what we're doing. We're going to make a witch hunt out of something so that the people can have a trial with her.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Sheesh.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
It does, doesn't it? Clarence's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secret is an act of sacrilege disrespect, but must be done to protect Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. The stage of fate. And the stage is set. And we shall continue onward. Figure out what is going on.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't know... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
It's a witch! It's a witch! Burn her! Okay. Okay, old hag, okay.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
No. Have we been acquainted before? You might have been the person that we had met across the floating dinner table in the sky in the Animo event.
Wait.
In Mondstadt.
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
In Sumeru?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
You're a talking cop. What do you mean guiding people is a hobby of yours?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Interesting. So you're not Mona's teacher, but you're a friend of Mona's teacher. You're probably one of the witches that, Klee's mom is a part of. Friend's disciple, so this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy
yes,
happen?
What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there...
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Can there really be no exceptions to fate?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
And what are descenders if not the things that the gods cannot perceive? Because they are, well, probably of Celestia, and they're not of Tevat.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I don't like that.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well?
The voice. What? All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Some lively banter.
Luna! Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agree.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Yeah, that's
Yes, it
Charlotte.
was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Yeah, you
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
pass the message
She
to
said
us.
that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Whatever it is, it's the blind spot, and to be able to exploit it, it's just figuring out what that specifically is. And honestly, like, the Traveler herself is probably the X factor.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a while. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
What is gonna happen, dude?
Huh?
Maybe we're famous.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tale journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Wow, she's already has a trailer for the interview that she has not done with us yet.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
What's next?
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go?
Hi.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Dang. Dang. Just calling out Paimon like that.
Wait, did he really say something?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
So, you come here often? You live here, shut up! I'm just saying what the dialogue is on screen, just changing the intonation is all.
Usually every day.
Usually every day is the answer.
Every day?
It's part of my
Every
daily
day I'm
schedule, apart
shuffling.
from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
That's a very poignant question, Paimon. Holy crap, dang. Where did that come from?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Why are the Melusine, like, so freaking smart when it comes to everything intrinsic to humanity? I freaking love the Melusine, man. This is, like, probably my favorite, like, dialogue. This is my favorite dialogue, period. That is the statement I am going to rest upon.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
I love Sijuin, and she's not even here. And her efforts are still everlasting throughout all of Fontaine. Throughout the Melusine themselves.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Okay.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Oh my gosh, these people are precious.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two
I'll
try
be
to
going
stay in a good
now.
mood after eating, all right? Bye.
They're so like out of this world levels of genuine. It's just not even fair. It is like they're so like blunt, forthright, but also like caring. They're all of those things, and those things usually don't go together.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure that it's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
So don't worry. In Sumeru, you guys had the opposite problem. Instead of the fear of something ending, you had the fear of something never ending. The ball. What is gonna happen, dude?
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Have a chat! Charlotte!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Yes, that is true. Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
All is forgiven, Charlotte.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
She's right.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case,
nice.
This daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen.
You seriously want to interview me?
Are we even?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Okay.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job.
and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
To be able to just go after things, yeah.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Look at us pondering things.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Just like Charlotte said, and subtly trying to consider what to do is
We've
pointless.
always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think we'll
You
keep
mean
journeying on.
Still traveling?
And cherishing every single moment.
Oh.
We got a picture with Navia just kind of on the side. Yo, road trip. Yeah, welcome to stream.
Grow mold if you stay here long
Squirrely ghost. Yeah, we're going through the story. Navia almost got turned into water, was protected by other types of water. We are going to hunt the Hydro Archon, for a lack of a better phrase, for a very lack of a better phrase. And now we are pondering what we would do if the world were to end tomorrow. Welcome to Genshin, everybody. This is going to be a fun stream. I say that. This stream has been 3 hours long. It's going to be a fun stream. It's still going.
The Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure.
Fortress of Meripede is
Not
prison.
only damp there, but salty too.
It is salty damp. It's a damp kind of salty.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Wonderful indeed.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede.
So are you under the impressions that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to...
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Uh-oh. This is kind of what I predicted was going to happen. There's a small-scale riot, and they're going to be demanding that the Hydro Archon stand trial for things.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
It was personally
Lady
that serious.
Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House.
I didn't hear
While
what you
she
said.
was resting during an intermission, some
Yeah,
other
I know.
audience members
I
suddenly
realized
started
that
harassing
I
her.
listened to a lot of WJRR back in Florida, and so yeah, I haven't heard it in like a long time, but yeah, a lot of like the old like 2000s like rock stuff that I had was like really kind of nice to like go back on and listen to, because a lot of them are just like really well made like musical pieces. It's just so happens that their tone happens to be heavy rock and metal screamo-esque type music. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just genre, baby. I'm so aware that this travel band is full of criminals. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Lady Farina was watching the performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some of the audience members suddenly harassed her.
accusing her of doing nothing
Yep.
about the prophecy
This is
crisis.
what I expected. So the trial is
And
going to
before
be
she
a
could
witch hunt.
respond, others started. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro
We're
Archon
forcing her
started
hand.
to
We're
break
doing
out.
this, by the way. We are the ones instigating this and forcing her hand into the situation that she is going to be in, which is going to be standing trial for the fate of Fontaine and whether or not she has been doing enough to do anything about the prophecy as a whole. So
people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
True.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
It doesn't if it's like... Because we're not here to... So here's the thing. We're not here to get her to confess to crimes that she didn't commit. We're here to get information out of her that she needs to say for the sake of Fontaine, but she refuses to say. So what's the best way to go about getting her to say what needs to be done is forcing her hand. It's forcing her hand by putting her on trial and being like, if you don't say it, if you don't say what we need to hear about what you've been doing, about how you plan to stop this prophecy from destroying all of Fontaine, then you're going to be held responsible for the negligence of the country dictated by the judge, the representation, both the where it's in chat here somewhere. What's it called? Where is it? It's here somewhere. I don't have that big of a chat. I can definitely find this. Where is it? Where is it? The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Yeah, that thing and Nouvellette. With those being that. How do you know that? How much do you know about Genshin? Yeah, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Yeah, that. How... Thingy. That thing. Cool. What happened? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Okay.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch Lady
I
Farina
will
had
maintain
gone.
order.
Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she
Cue
had gone
Zhongli
missing.
ult anime or burst animation. Oh, it was a meme thing. Cool. And you just had to find the spelling. Yes, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. It's a fun word to say, especially if you know French pronunciation. For my own sanity, you had to, just so you could know. Yeah, the Marechaussee Phantom. Don't worry, in French, there's usually 5 more letters than what are pronounced.
So you mean she's...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many
Wait,
people to
Furina
search for her.
fled?
But that said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Knowing her kit? A lot. Her swordplay is ceremonial. And then all of her abilities are things helping her fight and not her fighting. They're not enhancing her abilities at all.
Good.
So I actually don't know if I believe that at all.
About the situation,
she may be the Hydra
didn't
Archon,
say
but she's
anything
not
else.
battle ready.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Looks like we gotta find... This is all according to Kikaku.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
So where would Furina wait for the heat to wear off?
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
That's true. That is true.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
The only word that I don't know about that is oratrice. I don't know what that word means, but the rest is exactly what it is. It's a machine that analyzes virtue. So cardinal virtues, if you think about that, it's a direction. When cardinal directions, it's very precise, north, east, west, south. It's objective in a sense. So it's an objective analytical machine, and I don't know what oratrice means. So it's all of those things. And so it's actually a very appropriate name, though be long. It is an appropriate name for what it is. I just need to know what oratrice means. It makes it. I keep thinking of a bird, and I don't know why. I hear the word oratrice, and I'm like, ah, that sounds like a bird. Like a bird species. It'd be hard for her to ignore being accused in public today.
Farina's probably taken the opportunity. Well, what do you think?
Looks like those detective novels have done you well. Let's go. Public speaker. So it's on a mechanical, analytical, virtue signaling scale, essentially, that speaks what it finds in that process to the people. Because it is, you know, held at the opera house / the courthouse. The courthouse is an opera house. This place is wild. Let's go back to Poisson. Oratrice, geese, same thing.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Looks like she is actually here. Staring at the water of all of the people that died here. Dang. Like, this is just the it's just her. Weeping alone on her throne.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Maybe. So you know how, like, the idea that we've been expressing through our little walk where we were trying to figure out how, like, if the prophecy were to happen, how would we live our lives? And we would live our lives as if it wasn't going to happen because that would be the best thing to do at the moment. That was kind of the conclusion that we had come to. What about Farina, the person who the prophecy is foretold about her specific future? And how the people of Fontaine, in a way, are attempting to hold her responsible for that. Can you just go, as Farina, can you just go about living as if it didn't happen? Especially if it's true. Like, is this... It's like it... Oddly enough, I'm going to quote Brave, if you could change your fate, would you? And it's like, it seems like yes, but it's like also the ideas of going about and like living for yourself, even in the face of certain doom, is always the best choice rather than succumbing to inevitable emotional destitution, where you just have nothing left. And what this is feeling like is like, it's feeling like this is prophesied about Farina, and everyone wants her to do something about it, and they're all just trying to live their own lives in the process, like thinking that the prophecy is going to happen, but they're not letting Farina do that because it's her responsibility to do something about it. Is this an unfair standard that the people have placed on Farina? And that if the prophecy's the prophecy, then it's the prophecy, get over it. Or is Farina really trying to do something about it to change it, and that's bringing her more sadness than anything else? My voice isn't squeaky, your voice is squeaky. Shut up.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Even if it's just a small scale, it is happening.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
Oh, frick, dude.
But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Who's that? Don't worry, Farina. It's just...
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Say Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person. That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off!
Oh, Paimon's the squeaky voice. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Quick, we have to catch up with her!
We're running for you. This is a very tense chase scene.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the...
What? Oh,
hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Alright, what are we going to talk about with Farina? Because, like, from what we had discussed, it looks like that's what this is going to, is that people are unjustly expecting Farina to do anything about this. I mean, it's like, it's a prophecy, right? So it's like... Like, do you really want someone to spend their entire existence attempting to keep back a prophecy that is so truthfully, like, coming to pass no matter?
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh no. Oh no. Please don't let this be what I think it is.
What's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson...
Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's trying to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too.
That's
to
how
the
she knew about
Anything
our
to
presence
keep the
before we even
coastline from advancing.
entered Fontaine. So she still has connections elsewhere. She has like a whole espionage team probably all over Fontaine. And if that's the case, the amount of stuff that she probably knows about Tevat and Celestia is probably quite higher than most of the other Archons. Like, really the only one that would feel comparable so far would be Zhongli. And that's just because he's the only Archon that has remained in his incarnation this entire time. This poor child needs a nap. I know.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
And people still expect you to do something about it. It's torture, isn't it?
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right? Like, even if you believe in your heart of hearts that that is the case, you don't act as if that's the case. You act as if you're still searching for something, for the truth to believe in otherwise.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed.
All hope would disappear with the
I've
freedom
thought
of
about
it.
giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
So here's the thing that I just noticed. That wasn't the earthquake. That rumbling wasn't an earthquake. That rumbling was the transportation of Furina. Like, I have a feeling we're being transported somewhere, somehow. I don't know how. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know. But I have a feeling that this is the case. We're being brought to the opera house. We're being brought to the courthouse. And this is part of the trap that we had discussed earlier with Fremine, Lynette, Neuvillette, Navia, and Clarande. So, because they discussed multiple parts to this happening, so what they did is they essentially singled out their prey from their nest, for lack of a better phrase. They used the metaphor of a hunt. They singled out the prey from its safe spot. And so now the prey is somewhere else looking for somewhere safe. They found another one of its type, us. Someone that they could confide in to be able to explain everything, to lead them into a false sense of security. We are now leading them to the place where they will be held and trapped. The only place where Furina can be held accountable is within the one before Neuvillette, but also in the court trial that she upholds as well. She upholds the standards of the court trial just as much as Neuvillette does, even though Neuvillette is the proper Eudix, and she is simply the Archon / entertainer. So yeah, that's my theory. We're in the middle of the trap folding out. The other thing is no. The Archons are definitely humanoids, if that makes sense. They don't transform. They're more like the Archons feel like demigods. The Archons feel mostly like demigods. They're all very humanoid. They're all playable characters within the game. They don't have transformation sequences or anything like that. They might call them gods colloquially, or Archon. Well, Archon is probably the most appropriate word for it. I know nothing. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure it out too. Don't worry. I just like to try to call things out before they happen.
Just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
It's not too late. It's never too late.
Don't worry. I
will keep
hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Don't end your life. Da 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 da. Do you know that song? Anyone know that song? Yeah, same.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
I think it's almost like she realizes that like the ire of her people, the distaste of her people, of her, is the cause to the prophecy coming true most hastily, and is why she began to play the role of the idol, the superstar of Fontaine in a way. And she put on this grand facade in order to convince them that everything's going to be okay, to convince them to continue living on even in the face of absolute and pure like almost certain to happen peril. And now the time has come for it to actually happen, and she still might not have the answer for it, but she knows that even if she has nothing for it, she still did what was best in the moment. She both tried to stop it, but at the same time didn't let anyone else succumb to the fear that it was inevitably going to happen until the final moments. And she encouraged everyone to continue living on as themselves, and exemplified that in her own actions as well. I have a lot more respect for Fiorina now as an Archon. She is an Archon stricken with a tragic fate that we know very little about, but one that she has handled in the best way possible, I would say. Both attempting to, almost having her cake and eating it too, as the lover of sweets that she is, trying to figure out how to stop it without succumbing to the fear of it happening.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were...
I have to get more information out of here. Fiorina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
See, she knows. She knows, dude. I don't even know if Neuvillette knows that. The only hint that that's even the case is the fact that we don't have a vision and we can use all of the elemental powers. We're slowly gaining each one. We've just gotten our 5th right here.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
If Tevat is the show, Lumine is an actor that exists outside of it, but exists within it, but partakes within it.
If that's the case...
We've given her a great reason. There's no time left. Please, Fiona, just spit it out. Cutscene? Yep, cutscene. Let's go. Okay, is the earthquake real? Nope, I was right. I was right. I was right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Yep. Here we go.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stake. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, You will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Dang.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
She's probably not a duelist. Like I said, I think her swordplay is very ceremonial based on how she looks when, like, I play her as a character.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
She just shushed him.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be
looking for excuses again.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
This is a small fish. This is a small fish that she's hoping everyone will take the bait for, and so that she can leave the big problem alone.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me.
She's conceding to these points
exceedingly
in order to hide the big one.
Myself.
Novelette is not going to let her get away with the big fish.
But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
There's the trial line.
This
or
time,
trial trailer line.
I will protect you.
Hmm.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
She's probably not wrong.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Woohoo!
Dude, that's literally me. That guy is literally me. This is gonna be my new profile picture. This is literally me, dude. Like, wait, no, let's do it this way. I need a good there. There's my thumbnail clip for it. This guy's literally me. It's great.
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time,
No,
right?
she's willing to do whatever concession is needed to hide the big fish.
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
You were so close to getting her to tell the truth, and it still turned out to end like this. It's okay. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. We'll see how this goes.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's not an understatement. I'll allow it.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off...
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Dang, they actually went huge.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that, by the way.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
That's Iron Sting.
Also that as soon
I know the
as
name
I
of the sword
appeared
because
on
I
the
use it
stage,
on
the
Elhytham.
trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
She didn't accept one, she instigated one. You underestimate her, Furina.
Thank you.
But thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We'd hoped you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Don't say that.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we
Madam
arrived on
Prosecutor,
stage?
please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Do not make me... Dude, I've been in Fontaine for months. I mean, not in story, I mean like playing this game with Fontaine update for months. I think the update came out August. Paimon is the squeakiest. It's fine, get over it.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift, and one that we're definitely going to be using within this court proceeding, and one that I'm going to loathe using in this court proceeding, because that means I'm going to have a lot of trial and error and a lot of thinking. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Oh, we need a refresher?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Huh.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
All right, let me kind of give you the... I'll go through all of these. Essentially, when I first arrived in here, Linny magic trick did not go very well. Someone died in it. Someone was killed in his magic trick. They believed it was Linny who did it. And so we acted as Linny's attorney, in a sense, to be able to represent him in court and be able to prove his innocence. In doing so, we also tapped into the mystery behind the serial disappearance of young women's case. Over the last 40 years, there have been mysterious disappearings of women, specifically, usually in between the ages of 20 and 40. I said young girls here, so it might have been even younger. But essentially, we were able to find out that there's this thing called primordial seawater. Primordial seawater dissolves people of Fontaine. It turns them into water, essentially. And probably something else. It kind of brings them into the primordial sea in some way or sense, but essentially it turns them into water. It's, as far as we know, that's as good as death is. And so it's considered very serious.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Child, who is a Fatui Harbinger, one of the leaders of the Fatui group, there's like 12 of them, he's one of them. He was also in Fontaine during the time. His hydro vision actually stopped working for a period of time, and we don't know why. So he gave it to us because he's like, I'm probably not going to need it. I have a different source of power. I have a, it's not a vision, it's a delusion, it's called. And so he has that, and so he's just think, I'll just use this. I don't need the hydrovision is all. And so essentially he is thought to be he's thought to be one of the main people in the serial disappearance of young women's case. But once we find the real culprit, in a very dramatic fashion, we find him very immediately. We kind of like call him out from the audience, and he like gets dissolved from like someone else's thumb. Child's like, okay, so we found the guy. I can go home, right? And it's like, let's make it official with the Oratrice and everything. The Oratrice finds him guilty still. And Neuvillette did not find him guilty. So there was something that was likely missed by Neuvillette, or there's something weird with the Oratrice and how it functions. Irenaeus.
The Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Meeting with the Knave. So we had a meeting with the Knave. The Knave is another Fatui Harbinger. She is also considered she's also the leader over Linny, Lynette, and Fremine. Those three are also technically part of the Fatui. But they're part of this part of the Fatui is a little bit different than the rest. Like they seem to be a little bit more benevolent, if that makes sense. They're not like stupid. She had a talk with Farina and tried to get Farina to answer all of the questions, and it did not go well. So the Knave was also given the push away treatment, even after. The Knave is very intimidating as well. So Farina did not budge even under her scrutiny and under her interrogation.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Yeah, be thankful that you weren't in prison when the prison almost got flooded. In the Fortress of Meripede, it is a building on the ocean seafloor. It is there in Fontaine's ocean seafloor, in order to cover up a hole in the ground, which, as far as we know, leads to the primordial sea. It leads to the water that has been dissolving all of Fontaine's citizens. It has been leaking out in certain areas, as far as we know, and the Fortress of Meripede is in part there to be a plug to it so that it does not escape into the actual ocean of Fontaine.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
I had a dream. I had a dream that I saw Child floating in the sea, as well as an indescribably massive whale. If it makes you feel any better, child also had a dream about the whale. That is all I know.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
While exploring the ruins near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navia fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevented her from dissolving. So it seems that people who are dissolved, as we got information from this, they aren't dead, but they seem to be turned into a creature called an oceanid. Think of the word ocean and then ID, oceanid, oceanid. And they were able to somehow remain intact to a degree that kept her from dissolving, even though she is from Fontaine. When she fell into the water, Neuvillette was then able to help her out immediately after.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Oh yeah, there was a witch that we had that talked from a teacup. So the witch's name is N. N communicated with you by connecting your consciousness seas. She believed that the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. Essentially, it's one of those things where it's like, even if you don't believe it and you want to believe it, act as if you do believe it. And that'll be your most sure way to make sure that it actually happens. So that's all of the info.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Let's judge the Hydro Archon.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
She is right, actually. We need a lot to be able to convict her, from what I have seen. But the thing is that, like I said, we're not trying, this has been the goal from the start, we're not trying to throw her in prison. We're not trying to convict her of anything, honestly. We're just trying to get her to tell us what is going on, what she has been doing, and what her plan is. We don't think there's a better way to do it. I feel like we almost had a way to do it, but it was kind of out of the novelty of the fact that we're a descender, essentially. We're the fourth descender, according to people, so.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
I get voice acting, let's go! That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
That's hilarious. Because this has been a theory for a lot of people, actually. I don't buy it. I don't think even Traveler buys it. I think Traveler actually thinks Furina is the Hydro Archon. I think everyone believes Furina is the Hydro Archon. It would be the biggest punch in the face if Genshin made a Hydro Archon as a playable character and was not the Hydro Archon. That would be like the biggest punch in the face. She's doing this to get a good, rich history out of the assuredness of why Furina is the Hydro Archon. And now that she is, what all that responsibility entails is going to come after it. So this is the we're establishing where I'm going to make up like a false accusation in a way. I know this is true, but I need you to prove to me that this is true, and all of the information that I will gather from this will be used in my next accusation.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
And potentially, it also might be some lip service to the audience as well.
Charge accepted.
Oh.
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Wait, she's hesitating. Why are you hesitating?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
Is she just confused? Or she actually might realize what we're doing. That might have been her hesitation there. She realizes that she's actually going to be put into a tough spot here, and she won't be able to act away from this. Like, she has to play this straight. Like, she can't just say, yeah, sure, whatever, go for it. She has to play this straight.
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Also true, she, as an Archon, she doesn't age the same way. Archons can live for a very long time.
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will... If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as the Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
That's such a good question. Because I don't know. And I don't know if the Traveler knows.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Interesting. So that timeline does fit. So 600 years ago, or just under 600 years ago, was the Great Archon War. The Great Archon War had a giant battle with Celestia. That was when Celestia, I think, tried to reclaim parts of Tevat. Like the beings in the sky tried to reclaim parts of Tevat. And all of the Archons, I believe, banded together, and they were able to go up there and do stuff. So she was born after the Great War, but not before the creation of Tevat, which was about 1,000 years ago. We've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? That's the info. The knave suspected that Farina was cursed.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case,
like me,
there could be other ways to extend your life.
So there's a good idea about the fact that, like, potentially the Traveler herself, being a being from Celestia, are my things glowing blue? Have those always glown blue? Interesting. My flowers on the Traveler's head, those are real flowers, and they do not wilt. They are from the heavenly place that I resided from before I fell to Tevat. So similarly, Traveler may be a being similar to that what we're mentioning here. So it's not far-fetched to say that. From our perspective, maybe a little far-fetched in world, but the second point is actually a very good one, where it's like the knave suspected that it was a curse of some sort.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
You'd go so low as to use what's the word I'm looking for? You would go so low as to use public fame and appeal to defame someone's or to bring validity or not validity to someone's own words. Like, instead of actually addressing the subject matter at hand, you'd use the status of one saying the statement as a reason to not believe it. What matters is the veracity of the
A
statement.
curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Neuvillette is the full 1,000 years old, if not longer. But he has, for some reason, forgotten pretty much most things in between the years of 600 to 1,000 ago.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is... Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
That's true. Evens the scales.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot.
And what can you do?
That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Because as far as we know, you are worshipped for your personality at the moment. Nothing about what your being is.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
What is indemnitium? Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end, and Furina didn't know why.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
I would beg to differ in this situation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
And he can say this because he'll have the audience to back him up. And that if Furina is just like, Furina can't budge out of this. And also, it's very possible that the Oratrice won't let Furina budge out of this either.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Yeah, she's feeling a little personally attacked here because these two are good friends. They've been together this entire time, honestly. For all the 500 years Furina's probably been alive.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
Also, dang, he's harsh.
Should respect and follow.
He is cold right now. He is stone cold dragon boy.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
It's something she probably inherited. I still believe she is the Hydro Archon. I just don't believe, like, she definitely didn't make the Oratrice. She has no clue what it is. She probably has no clue why she was made as well from the old Hydro Archon. Why the old Hydro Archon died.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Even before her. So she's right here. Furina's right here.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation
She
is
hasn't listened to the
flawed,
hesitation
that the God
there.
behind it must also be no God at all.
She's squeaking. She was like, you can't argue. So she changed her tone. Oh, this is so good. It's so subtle. That's really subtle because that was quiet and like immediate. Like it was just one thing. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the God behind it must also be no God at all. Agreed. I agree with that statement.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? Something that we haven't seen in story.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
You don't need to go that far. A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. You can, though. I know that your character sheet says vision with question mark, but you don't hold a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
She might have a limitation with the power of Hydro because all of her abilities are essentially puppets in a way. And I wish I could show you, but I'm in a cutscene right now. She just kind of they're just puppets. They still do things and they're still Hydro and they still do Hydro damage, but it's not like her doing it.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Dang. That's a really good cover. And I love how that I know that it's a lie. Because if you didn't create the Oratrice, then how could you have given up if you're not the one who created the Oratrice, the source of all of the Indemnitium throughout all of Fontaine, the timeline doesn't match up of you giving up your power for it. The Oratrice has been there before you.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
It is a huge stretch, but it's viable by itself if you don't take into account the timeline.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It's a god of the people. I think these are not great points that the audience are making here. It is a stretch, and she is lying.
Seems like
but
nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
it's weird that they're not buying it. I mean, it's not because that was a stretch, but the reasons why they said that they're not buying it were even more of a stretch.
Now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved.
Stop resting on your past laurels.
Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
I know you don't want people to dislike you because you believe that that'll allow the people disliking Furina is probably is one of the is that one of the steps? I don't know if it's one of the steps. They all judge her, and I think that's one of the causes to the entire prophecy to being fulfilled.
Please, you've got to believe me.
She's desperate for that to be the case because she knows at the moment she loses the faith in her people, there's something else here. Whatever this curse is, there might be some other force behind all of this. I genuinely don't know what it is, but there's some other force upon Furina that is happening.
If what the prosecutor said is true,
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents?
Enough! That's enough.
There's the authority I want.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... Don't threaten the primordial seawater on her. Oh my gosh, we're threatening the primordial seawater on her. Because if she's human, then she'll dissolve in the seawater. But if she's not human, she won't. If she is the Hydro Archon, that shouldn't be a thing to her. That's it. That's so mean. Oh, man.
It's been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
I think this is a moot point, and I don't think this should go anywhere. Because we do know that all Fontanians will dissolve in primordial seawater. It's considered death. There is no proof that says otherwise that a Fontanian that's not human, say for example, an Archon, would not also dissolve.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the... including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Is it because the Hydro Archon would not be affected by such a thing? Where does that assumption come from?
But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
I don't think this means anything. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Yeah, because I wasn't the one who said that, she doesn't have to do this in terms of what the Oratrice would probably weigh, but this does give a huge boost to public opinion, which is debatably more important to Farina than the actual...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
She did it.
What? Hey!
She doesn't even know.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Does she not know? How much? Does she just not know anything? Not that... I expected her to know more, but the fact that she doesn't know, she was willing to take that risk. Like I said, I think she's the Hydro Archon. But this really shakes things up. I didn't like this proposal at the beginning. It was too dangerous, and you would think it's a snare, but it's like there could be other reasons why the water doesn't work.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm
She's
nothing
mad.
like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few... That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
So she's not Fontanian, technically. Or she's not considered the same type as human as Fontaine's citizens are. But it is the exact same amount of irritation that would happen from any of the other humans that were not.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
She didn't know. She didn't know about the adverse effects from normal humans that were not from Fontaine, that were not Fontanian citizens.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Okay. So no, they just... Oh yeah, I forgot you can dilute it, because it's used, if it's like super diluted, it's actually kind of used as a drug as well.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
God, I love Siegewin. She's awesome.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually you.
I can't believe... You...
Farina didn't believe that we actually had primordial seawater in it. She thought she was calling our bluff. That it was like, oh, they would never. Oh my gosh. Oh, dang. So, Farina thought we had put it in normal water. And so she had the option to put her hand in. And if she believed it was normal water, she would have been just fine. But she was shocked at the pain that it did. And so she was still able to be like proven that she was human. But if it was just normal water, she would have had no adverse effects at all. And she would have been proven the god. That she thought that was just a bait. But it was like actually the real deal. It was the median of the real deal. Because the real deal would have killed her. So she's... What is she? Wait, but what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. What? Yeah, so she had to believe that we didn't actually have the primordial seawater, right? But hadn't she given up on anything else a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be
That's a fair point. That is
really
a very
just
fair
a
point.
Human, why
I made
would
that
I
point
dare
before
to
she
just
said
put
it.
my hand in that kind of water?
Because you didn't think that we would actually do it. That's why you did it. And you thought that the best course of action was to do that. They don't believe her either way. This is really smart, dude.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I believe her. I do believe that. Now she's looking for help. And no one wants to, we don't want to see that. Traveler doesn't want to see her being like this. Neuvillette doesn't want to see her being like this. This is just what it's come to. That's what's so awful about this.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
The only way she does win is if she tells us the truth. And that's what we want. You have to remember, the whole point of this trial is to get her to tell us the information so that we can trust her again. We want to believe in Furina. We want to believe that she's trying to create a solution for the prophecy, that she's been doing her due diligence, but she's not given us anything to believe in. That's why we forced her hand like this.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh. Don't cry. Don't cry, Furina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
Don't go crazy. Oh, she's gonna break, isn't she? She's gonna break or snap, one of the two.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Dang. No frickin' way.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Is it not guilty? It's not guilty. Watch it be not guilty. It's not.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
it's gonna be not guilty.
Furina is...
It's not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Why? That's almost more unbelievable.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Did she know that this was the punishment? Does she have some innate sense or some like connection to the Oratrice to where that's her will for her fate?
The death sentence?
Or is this another ruse?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
This feels like a performance that Furina would put on. See, this is what's so hard about the actor type characters, is that you get scenes like this where it's like, I really think Furina's the Hydro Archon. I do think it's probably closer to the curse rather than her being human. Maybe the curse makes her human-esque and does not allow her to properly interact with her Archon existence. I know that this death sentence is not going to go through, or if it is, she's immediately going to be revived or reestablished, reinstated, or however you want to call it.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
I think this is either a ruse put on by Neuvillette, but that doesn't feel like Neuvillette. I don't feel like Neuvillette would lie like that unless he thinks this is that desperate. Like, that's the only thing I can think. I'm real serious in this. Holy crap. Or I think that the Oratrice is playing out a script that Furina wanted to happen or had a contingency plan for to happen, that if the people of Fontaine ever lost their faith in her, that she was to die so that they would live on without her. A self-sacrificing, noble-esque thing to do.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance.
Instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon. They didn't use Furina as her name. They rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. What's the difference?
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was
Nouvelette's
also
not
to
in
prove
on
that
it.
Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Cutscene.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Also, Father is the knave, even though she's a woman. I don't know why. Get over it. It's not because of a transgender thing, I swear.
First prophecy slate?
Oh, what the frick? That's the original Hydro Archon creating the Fontainians?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to... But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't the...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their...
Huh. This is riveting, dude.
So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. Why? All Fontainians are originally Oceanids?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
The Hydro Archon's crime? Did she lie to the entire people of Fontaine about who they are and keep that hidden from them? What is the primordial? I am so confused.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just
Yeah,
guilty
that's what
of
I was
deceiving her
thinking.
people?
Isn't it just deceiving them?
Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Have we?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
I think we mean the previous one, right? It has to be the previous Hydro Archon. Not the real one per se, just the previous one.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events of real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other three.
Select to check the descriptions on the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates' content in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished, it's the thing, isn't it? Huh. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky.
That's the
and
sin.
the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Celestia didn't like that. I don't know why Celestia wouldn't like that, turning the Oceanids into humans. But they didn't, and that was considered the original sin, no? So the Hydro Archon was stripped of her power, and the Gnosis was put into the ideal. As far as I'm aware, I am like 99% certain the Gnosis is in the Oratrice.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Probably.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Who? Sinking into the sea surrounded by a bunch of people.
Well, the fourth slate is the
Where do we
prophecy
see
the
that?
Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
That's them worshipping Furina, isn't it? This one? It's not just them with her sinking into the sea or throwing her into the sea. The real events related to the prophecies on the prophecy slates. It seems to show the former Hydra Archon using divine power to turn the oceans into people, verifying the truth. Fontanians can be dissolved by water on the primordial sea, though Nivalet believed child to be innocent. No. The entrance of the primordial sea is sealed beneath a forbidden zone in the fortress of Maripine, and recently a primordial sea is nearly broken out. It was only by a temporary pushback in Nivalet's. While exploring the ruins near Poisson, it began to collapsing, and Navia fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of dead members of the Spina Dorsula prevented her from dissolving, and communicated with you by connecting your consciousnesses. How would she be able to connect our consciousnesses? Tease has water in it. Would that have been it? I don't think so. She believed that the prophecy will certainly have a... After the court proved that Furina was not the Hydro Archon, the verdict displayed by the Oratrice was actually the Hydro Archon guilty to be punished via the death sentence. This would be Navia's, right? Can be dissolved by over the years. Vache kidnapped him. All right. Well, this is a riveting. I must wake up. Oh man, yeah. You can probably watch. This will be on VOD if you want to be able to watch the rest of it. I'm going to finish this Archon quest tonight. I don't care how late I stay up. I say it like, so it is nap time. Have a good nap. Thanks for sticking around, even if you're really tired and stuff like that. I'll still be able to narrate and do stuff like that. So yeah, just know that you said goodbye at 4 hours and 18 minutes into the stream, and you can just watch the rest of it. It'll probably be close to 6 hours. I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to do this before I went on my travels. So yeah, bye bye. See you tomorrow. What is the real? The intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Maripine. The truth behind the serial disappearances case. Child's. Well, I know this one is like the death. Hydra Archon guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
That doesn't sound quite...
What was the thing? The stone's history shows that basically identical to the described throughout the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontaine will eventually be dissolved into the sea. The Hydra Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. Judges him as guilty. This is Navia's. Bull crap, that's not Navia's. Whatever.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
They're not realistically dissolving, but they're returning back to their original form. So then what is the primordial sea? The fact that Fontanians can dissolve in a primordial seawater becoming Oceanids is proof of their origin, or confirmation of their origin. The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describing the history of the future, which is the original sin. This is the second slate. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought down judgment upon them. What was the original sin? And Furina didn't know why. Primordial sea. Only push back by Nivolette's power. Is the primordial sea the power of Celestia designed to turn all of Fontanians back into the Oceanids? Via the death sentence. It's got to be this, right? No. Which one is it? Like, that
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
So they're not throwing her into the sea, they're protecting her from the waters. It shows a scene that basically identical to that described. Sit alone on her throne and weep. It's Nivolette's then.
The prophecy from the stone slate, the fortress of Meropide was nearly... If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
I didn't get to read that. I'm mad.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
If her sin was Fontaine's original sin, then the Oratrice... then the Oratrice is either trying to make an objective statement over all of Fontaine made by... The Oratrice has to be made from Celestia. It's saying the same values as what Celestia does. Of what Celestia was. They want to punish the people of Fontaine and the Archon.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Is that not what we're also doing to Furina?
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come.
Okay. What does this mean, though?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Because Celestia was in charge of creating. So how could you do that with the Archons? Your job is to guide over areas. Your job is not to make your own.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
It doesn't feel right? So then how can the Oratrice be correct? The Oratrice is the training. I feel like is the training wheels for Neuvillette. I feel like.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should still come after the fourth.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
So wouldn't it... So let me try to make sense of that. I didn't comprehend that. So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
And then, in that sorrow,
You've made some
around
keen
her.
deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Okay. So Celestia viewed the sin of the Hydro Archon creating humans from Oceanids and was judged because of that. Furina is the result. Notice the difference in the Hydro Archon in the second one, and the Hydro, or honestly the first and the second one, and then notice the Hydro Archon in the third and the fourth. It's Furina. It's designed specifically like Furina. Furina does have a curse, and I think she is the Hydro Archon. I don't feel like the Oratrice would... Yeah, the Oratrice wouldn't do anything if Furina wasn't the Hydro Archon. Furina is the Hydro Archon, and the Oratrice addressed her as such. That in and of itself is that's like proof that she is, and that the reason why she's guilty is not because that they proved her wrong. The Oratrice makes up its own rules on what it judges by, thus why it can be different from Neuvillette. It's judging on a grander scale, debatably a scale viewed from the eyes of Celestia itself. And I don't know how. I feel like the scale is given by Celestia, or it was the other half that was separated from Furina as the Hydro Archon. I'm not sure. And only the two can reconverge once the true meaning of justice is found out, through Neuvillette, probably.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
We see that even with the carnival event plot that we did with the other, I forgot her name. There was an Oceanid that was able to replicate human behavior, and the genie in the bottle story quest that fits that.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
And it would be.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Oh.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
I don't know why he did that, but it was so cool. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
That's fair, honestly.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Yep. And that's why... Oh, isn't it fun? Isn't that why the third slate is the way that it is? Is because soon all of the people of Fontaine will circle around Furina, and they'll protect her, and they will all return to the primordial seawater in doing so. And Furina and the Hydro Archon as a whole will be left with the goodbyes. Adia, yes. Oh my gosh, Krink, hi, how are you? Yeah, Adia is the correct name for her. Yeah, she was one of them. We gotta, with how human-esque she was compared to a lot of the other Oceanids. Had a human form, had other human personalities in the genie in a bottle. It was a very, very human thing, and we could see the connection there. It wasn't the same thing, and it was within a stasis bottle that was in the desert there. So it was a little bit different, but it was very, very similar. It wasn't quite real humans, but with the primordial seawater, whatever this primordial seawater is, it's very, very possible. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced. So now the third slate comes into play, because now that everyone knows the truth of their own creation, they will rally behind the Hydro Archon, which is Furina. I'm still saying that Furina is the Hydro Archon. I don't freaking care. I'm pretty certain she is. I don't care how often the story wants you to think otherwise. I'm pretty sure she is. I think the idea of her being cursed by Celestia is probably true. I think that is true. That is my best guess with this. But all of the people of Fontaine are going to rally around Furina, and they're going to protect her from the wrath of Celestia, whatever that sin may end up being. And in doing so, probably, honestly, it'll be the explosion of the primordial seawater into all of Fontaine. And then the prophecy is Furina weeping alone with nothing but water around her. And all of the Oceanids would have been just the Oceanids, and none the wiser about how to return them back to humans. And so she weeps, because in a way it's a form of death. That's why I think it's 3-4. But I love the Traveler's input on it and how she thinks that the third and the fourth should be flipped to where the mourning of all of the disappearing people from the primordial sea coming up through Fontaine is likely to be like that. That's going to be a really, really low point. But I don't know how does it get to the fourth then? I had an idea and I lost it. Because the fourth one is her weeping at the loss, but the third one, if it's supposed to be after the fourth, like the Traveler said, it gives the hope that there will be a sense of reunification, if not a peace within the chaos or something. I don't think that Genshin is gutsy enough to, once you complete this Archon quest, that all of Fontaine just goes down the drain. Like, it can't. Like, that on a game sense, like, I have a feeling, like, I just know that that's not going to be the case. So I'm curious to see where this goes. If that's the truth, we can't let the Hydra Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact,
What is the
correct.
third slate supposed to represent then, if it's not them coming together?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
We just made the third prophecy happen. We are the reason that the trial happened. It's our fault.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We've done so.
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this, yeah.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy...
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will all...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the sure... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Celestia's coming.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The Abyss? I have. Cutscene. The ultimate proof. Just
This
what is the
eruption was
truth?
just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Just what is the true source of the catastrophe? The evidence that verifies the intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress. The secret of the fortress of Meripede has been protecting is the entrance to the primordial sea. Though Nivelette has sealed it once more, just how long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. No. Is this why Child is considered guilty? Is Child considered guilty because he doesn't Is he attempting to... Is he doing something about trying to prove Fiorina is innocent, or trying to have her avoid that? During the diplomatic, she actually afflicted with some sort of curse. A whale in the dream. Massive whale. This.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
We're still going, baby. We're 4 hours and 40 minutes into this. To be fair, I did spend the first half hour doing Spiral Abyss, but like, the story is freaking great. The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster. It's the giant whale. Oh, joy, oh joy, oh joy. What is going to happen? Cutscene? Yes! Yes! Real cutscene. It's happening now. Gosh. Immediately. What the frick? You did not waste any time, good sir. Let's go, child. This is why he was guilty, according to the Oratrice. If the Oratrice sees Fiorina as guilty, they're gonna see Child trying to save Fiorina also as guilty, or trying to continue that also as guilty. Subdued for now. But what comes next? Why did his vision die then? If he's likely doing this in a way to aid Fiorina as well. He's down there. What the frick? Okay.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait.
Celestia.
Was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that I was also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Sounds like some Star Rail bullcrap, dang.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained with...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Ocean...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Okay.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
So why was Child guilty? Well, it has to do something with him being able to combat the whale. The whale has to have some... The Oratrice has to be the will of Celestia in some sense. It can't be the will of the Hydro Archon, and it can't be the will of Neuvillette. It can't be either of them, because Neuvillette saw Child as guilty and it said otherwise. And the Hydra Archon herself stood trial and it was deemed guilty. This means that it has to be referring to the original sin, and the only people that would be able to properly cast judgment onto Fiorina for the original sin would be Celestia. So Celestia also so what I'm hearing is that Celestia has to be, the will of Celestia, whatever that means, has to be coinciding with what the whale is doing. The whale is doing justice upon Fontaine by consuming the citizens. That's what I'm gathering from all of this. Because if it wasn't, then Child would be innocent, because then Celestia would have no reason to be dealing with Child.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Delusions will do that to you.
That battle maniac.
Yeah.
We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
So odd. And then why would his hydro vision stop working? That's the only thing that I'm not getting here. Oh, I know. He was given this because he's committed the exact same sin that Furina did, or that the original Archon did. And the original Archon lost all of the Archon powers because of it, and was given the prophecy as a punishment. Holy crap. The prophecy wasn't just a prophecy, it was also a punishment by Celestia. Or a reading into the punishment that Celestia had given her. Furina is the Hydro Archon, but she's been stripped of everything that makes it so. She's been stripped of it because of the original sin. And Child wanting to also combat the whale, the hand of Celestia upon the justice of Fontaine, his vision was also taken away. He was given the same curse that Celestia gave the Archon, and that was the inability to be able to connect to the hydro element.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale
I just
is
got
the
any
actual
Wade.
cause
Thanks,
of the
Paimon.
disaster
Appreciate
recorded
it.
in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Yeah, better, easier said than done than to beat up a gnarly celestial space whale.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it is even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Some other world? Dude, I am loving the idea that freaking Genshin is just like a world within Star Rail. Like Star Rail is just like going from place to place and being like place to place and a bunch of different like stories, and like Genshin is just one of those settings. Like Tevat is just one of the planets. That's such a wild. That's so wild, dude.
That's not something I will accept.
Nor I, honestly. I don't think it can't
We've
be.
already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just—
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
Yeah, it fits.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Okay. Is no one worried about Furina's mental state at the moment? Is no one worried about that? Like, no one's worried about that?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
The god's gaze does not fall. Is the whale the god's gaze where the god's gaze does not fall? Or are we? We would think that we would be that. Gods can't see us because we're a descender. Like, Nahida couldn't figure us out because of that. And she's one of the Archons and would have that connection. We even have the connection to the element of Dendro, and that's not even the case.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone. Miss something. Please let me go over everything and deduce what to do. Wait, I forgot about Yeah, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I'm so freaking smart, dude. I literally told them there's no one else worried about Fiorina right now. Like, that needs to be the case. Like, both for like her mental state, but also like her point at like her usefulness into this story as well. I forgot about Fiorina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What was her real secret? We never found out her secret. We found out a lot of truth, but this wasn't what Fiorina was hiding from us. I have said that a lot of times, actually. I like to give myself credit where credit is due. I also like to punch myself in the face where punching myself in the face is due. So, anyway, what was her real secret? I don't freaking know. I really want to know, dude. I swear, if they don't deliver... Oh, frick, another cutscene. Alright, show me that money. Show me that money. Show me where all my money is going to.
Oh, what's happening with the Oratrice?
The Oratrice is...
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Yes, I love this already. What is that? What the heck? What the heck and heck? Hi, Skirk. Or are you the you look more like the real Hydra Archon. What the heck?
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
I don't think this is the
couldn't
same
help
voice
myself.
actress.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment.
Yeah, your voice actress is
Marvelous.
different.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Are you? Are you actually? Is Gen? I don't want to believe it. Is Genshin actually pulling Fiorina isn't the Hydro Archon?
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
Everyone in Celestia.
The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
I don't know what that term means. I forgot what it means. What are the heavenly principles again? Frick.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Is this where things are not seen by Celestia? Is Fiorina herself? What was
One
inside?
was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
So the heavenly principles... Yes, but, like, is that the name for those people? For those existences? Or are they like actual principles? Like, if you're defying the heavenly, if you're creating your own life from the hydro oceanids, you're defying the heavenly principles in concept. You're not necessarily defying people, for a lack of a better phrase, like the people that are up in Celestia. I don't believe they are one and the same. They're not the embodiment of principles. Because if anything, the Archons are more embodiments of principles, but maybe not heavenly principles. Are the heavenly principles just people, or are they something greater?
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time
You're
mulling
really
it over,
cute,
alone
actually.
on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
You had to sacrifice your own knowledge of this in order to be able to fake it to everyone else, in order to get what you wanted. Or at least that's the base principle. I don't know how that works out specifically, but that's how that is, right?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles.
And the only way to outwit is to
allow the
not
prophecy
know.
to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Well, then how do you save everyone in this process? And why are you
I'm a
crying?
genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
She chose you? Wait, what? What do you mean you weren't just incarnated again, like Nahida was? Is this like a title to be passed down to those worthy? Or to those chosen by the prior Archon?
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Then why did she have to? Why did you accept? Were those options?
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this.
You were elected?
Any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
You were one of her familiars? So you were human at one point. So you were an Oceanid at one point turned human.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
This does sound like Furina's voice actress, what? It didn't, because she has a much more mature tone. This is wild, dude.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
No way. So that wasn't a curse, but that was your own choice and a part of your plan.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Wow. Fascinating. what does the divinity of the Archon look like then? Outside, I mean, like, not physically. What does that entail then? Because that's you. So this is essentially the Ocean had turned human just like everyone else. And she played the part of the Hydro Archon for so long. And so this is the divinity of the Hydro Archon that was never in connection with this. So where were you during that time? Where were you? Boop. And then what does your divinity look like in juxtaposition towards the humanity of Furina?
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Okay, continue.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
This better be a really good plan and a really good reason.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
That makes sense. Buy it.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
And it was able to fool everyone into, like, that immortality allowed everyone to be fooled into thinking that she was the Hydro Archon.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Do I get a performance? I think we're gonna get a performance. I don't know. Just a feeling. It fades to black. We came in contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotion. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like what I did with the ocean into the fountain of Lucine. What is going on? That's probably it. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Odds reveal! Shower me with praise! Let the world...
Feels very ironic to be using Fiorina in this fight, but it's fine.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Help! Everyone hold hands.
No rest for the wicked.
You never notice the bars of what at the top? Of like, I don't see what that word is because my freaking thing is stupid. Bars of text at the top? You didn't notice that the first time around? Yeah, it's her inner monologue of what she's actually saying. I think it's a fourth wall break, technically. I don't think even the Traveler knows that. That's all the spot, or maybe she does or infers that, but that's all the spotlights turn off in Fiorina's hearts. They must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? The ticket. When did that end up here? To the opera. Either way, looks like the show is about to begin in that case. Show me how you truly feel, Fiorina. Here's the performance. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Fiorina. Okay.
Fiorina. Fiorina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous.
It's your
Be
celestial.
not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Well, then let's just not wash away the sins of Fontaine. Those sins are dictated by an order that is Celestia. That's not just. A Celestia, that's not just. These sins are not true sins.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Man, when she dipped her hand in the water, she, like, Did she just want to believe in her own divinity so much that it was a delusion? Was she willing to sacrifice herself to that extent to see the honesty in it and feel like maybe the prophecy wouldn't come to pass if she did die there? Or did she or was my first hypothesis right, where she thought that they wouldn't have actually put the water in there and that it was just a test on her and she was willing to take it? Little did she expect that they had the middle ground on it.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
If there were scales with other people on Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt? Girl, you're precious. Girl, you're precious. I'm so glad I pulled for you now. Like, actually, you have a very noble character. I was getting a glimpse of it. I theorized why it was there, but, like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, this is understood to be Furina's, like very soon after her inception, after, like, the separation of Furina and the heaven and in the Archon. Like, the Furina human and Furina Archon. Yeah, dude, there's plenty of primos in a lot of the side quests here. You can definitely get her. I know you can.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
That's gosh, I hate listening to the trailers. I need to just not watch the trailers sometimes, because lines like this just, this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
So this is why Furina was so sad with everything. Well, it explains why because this is why she was so torn. She's told here that if her identity is found out, then all hope is lost. But at the same time, the prophecy will come to pass, and that's the only way we can defy the heavenly principles. So in a way, like, the worst case scenario is that the prophecy comes to pass and she fails. And she had to suffer the entire time through it. So for Furina human, this is the worst way for this to end. She had to go through all of that suffering, and she did it with the intention to make sure that they never found out who she was. And they did it, and she suffered so that the prophecy could come true. the prophecy could theoretically become true, right? Without her being the Hydro Archon being guilty. Or without the people of Fontaine figuring out who she was. That's technically a possibility. She felt like she failed here because of what Archon Furina said.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
How young are you here? Like, you gotta be like in your early 20s, like, honestly.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
But she is human. That's so cruel to have to contend with the very thing that you're a part of. To make that not your enemy, but in a way, your adversary. The word contend is a good word for it. Where humanity is your contention.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this.
And this is what was this is what's confusing to me. So I've been saying Furina Archon. I meant Focalors. I forgot that there was a distinction there. It's Focalors and Furina. Focalors takes up the physical appearance of Furina. Focalors said that she had separated herself into this. That's why. Like pouring out a half a glass of water. It's still water through and through, and put in a different glass, it is still a full glass of water. But the two are separate in their own beings, and not as much as what they would be if they were together, no matter what shape that they are taking a part of.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
And everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
That was only scene 1 that I just watched. There's so much here, dude. This is episode 2. I can't switch to running. No. I have to dramatically walk up to my throne. Please don't make me go up the backside. You're gonna make me go up the backside. No! I have to go around. There we go.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my
No
accession.
worries. Sleep well, my guy.
But this is my
just know
first
that you
time
left at
facing
5:19.
people.
Just know that you left at 5:19, and you can watch the rest of it on VOD. So if you so desire, and see what my reactions are. I'm getting a little tired, so I'm probably not going to be as hyped. But I'm still so looking forward to the rest of this. I'm going to finish this tonight, even though it's very late. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my ascension, but this is my first time facing
What
the people.
should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
So she was given this thing where it's like the prophecy will happen no matter what, but the one thing that you can't do is that you can't be exposed for who you are. But the person who said that you can't be exposed for who you are was Focalor's. And it was because the moment that that happens... Well, the moment that that happened in the story, the whale showed up. But probably the moment that that happens is that there's no more deception to Celestia. Even if the prophecy does come true. Right? What would be the point of telling her that she can't reveal herself as not the true Hydro Archon? Was that if that happens, then the prophecy cannot come true? But what if the prophecy comes true through the revealing of that they happen synonymously? She cries on her throne. Is this not the fourth? What's going on right now? She was literally in a chair on her throne right before I touched her teardrop.
Right. Mirmi said that I should calm down, Verena. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
This fits with the theatrics.
Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
And just all of the weight just comes right back on.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, Keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Wait, these are not the same answer. Is the same reaction? This is not the same. This is not the same. Turn up the drama.
The scales
This is
of
what she would do.
justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
I wonder if that line's gonna come back to judging herself, to judging Focalors. I wonder if Fiorina herself is gonna be able to get out of her slump to be able to judge the god that separated her from herself. I'm also kind of mad that we're getting another Raiden Shogun A kind of situation where Raiden is not the actual Archon, but you know. Dang. Act 3, Scene 3, Opera House, Fiorina. Can I get a cutscene and not a dialogue scene, please? I just want to watch something beautiful. No? Okay. Oh my gosh, I can run this time.
Lady Fiorina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
Neuvillette? Neuvillette? How much did you know about this? How could you not surmise things like this? He believed she was the Hydra Archon all along as well. He was equally fooled.
Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
It's so well voice acted, man. I love everything about this, dude. This is the epitome of like a game that is like kind of designed for me, where its core is based on like a long-running story that can get really, really deep, but it has a gameplay that's not too tedious to stay interested in, especially recently. And it's bright, it's colorful, it's dark, it's dramatic, it's just wonderful. I don't know if I like this or Samsara more, though.
Lady Fiorina,
I'm not done yet, though, so we'll see.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead.
I'm definitely going to edit into a video.
Have you not?
I just won't be able to do it for another week or so. It's going to be real fun. I need to do it before the 4.3 update, though, which was only a month away. I think this is the end of the second week that we've had Fiorina available.
Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
Same.
All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Deoteria. Who is she? Frick. I feel like I recognize that name.
You remembered me.
I didn't.
And you knew
I'm
of
sorry.
my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
So she had a heart of gold. So she's constantly seeking for the opera. She has a heart of gold with her people. What is she studying?
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Was Furina just gonna tell us that she was not the Hydro Archon? In a moment of weak, I feel like that's in the box. I feel like she was gonna tell us that she wasn't the Hydro Archon. Like, what else could she have told us? Or that she was... Huh.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
She's not allowed to have a friend. She's not allowed to genuinely care for anyone to genuinely care for her. The duty of an Archon feels like a curse. The only one who feels like... Man, like, think about the Archons really quick, or at least the 5 that we know of. Are any of them happy? You might be tempted to say that Venti is happy. Venti's not happy. He's traveling around trying to search for things that makes him happy. He might be free. And I think that's probably really the only argument that you could say, is that as this land of freedom, he is free. But he has no equal. He has no peer. That's why he likes the Traveler. That's why he kind of just does whatever he wants, and that's why 50% of the time that we meet him, if not more, he's drinking alcohol. He doesn't show the signs of alcoholism, because alcoholism is often associated with bouts of depression. I think Venti is hiding everything about his true self, about what he really wants. Look at Zhongli. Zhongli is probably the happiest one of them all. And even then, it's not that happy. Everyone he's ever grown to care about were Adeptus that have either died or don't associate with him anymore. His one exception being Zhao. He now lives amongst his people because his people have outgrown him. He's an old antique, and he just lives attempting to replicate humans and humanity. and he works with Hu Tao, potentially someone that I feel like she has to know that he's the Archon. I feel like she's the only one who knows that's not an Adeptus, that he's the Archon. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And because she deals with life and death and everything that goes along with it, that's where he can see his people come and go. Go to A. A just recently was able to get out of her own head, almost literally. And she was able to be open with herself. And she's on a path towards growing, but she has to deal with the guilt of how she ran her country the last X amount of years. And the pain that that comes with, and the disdain that it comes with from the followers of their nation. On top of still having the responsibility to run her nation, or to learn the responsibility to run her nation instead of Raiden. I mean, she lost her own civil war, and then her citizens do her the humbling service of still saying that they worship her. I'm just gonna say this: if the Civil War did happen the way that it did, like, I don't know where the unwavering faith comes from in Raiden. I don't get it. It's probably the best way to put it. There were no redeeming qualities for anyone that was on the Tenryou Commission side of things, if I'm saying that right, or the Rito, or whoever was fighting for Raiden versus Kokomi. Like, the resistance with Kokomi should run all of Inazuma at this point. It's just that her character was severely underdeveloped and didn't have the right to go into that. And I would say Raiden's character was also probably the weakest of the Archons. Look at Nahida. Nahida is probably the most isolated out of all of them. Her only friend is a puppet made by the Electro Archon. And in a way, it almost seems like she doesn't even have like an emotional connection to him. He's just kind of someone that she's putting use into. And that's all Scaramouche needs to feel in order for him to feel worthy of anything, or for him to feel satisfied with life. And so he'll take it. Like, that's not even a relationship. Everyone's like praising Nahida Scaramouche relationship, and it's like Furina, or sorry, not Furina. I saw her name on screen. Nahida is extremely empathetic, but never to the degree of equal or peer, and she's always confused and lacking understanding in things. And then you come here to Focalors. Furina herself, just not happy, not able to have a friend, playing the role, and worst of all, she has none of the powers or qualities of the other Archons to be able to properly rule. She has all of the title and none of the satisfaction of actually leading her people. And none of that. She has none of that. There is no satisfaction in the role that she's playing outside of what Mirror Her has told her. She played a delusion for so long.
All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
There's a scene 4.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen...
Lady Furina, I've...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This...
Same things over and over and over again.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
never being able to truly be yourself. Please tell me we get some solace, some satisfaction from Furina's trials here, man. It's doing research about the prophecy, interacting with citizens, deciding which plays were to go upon.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to
18,000.
speak with you up close like this.
How many times has she heard this?
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioter.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Dude, look at this shot, dude. Her face is just blurred.
Surely,
What is it?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A man of...
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
That's tough. And I don't mean that in that way. I mean, like, that sucks. Yeah, that kicked me in the gut a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Have I?
Oh, it's still going. Frick, it's still
My
going.
limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Dude, Traveler, just give her a hug. Just give her a hug, man. This is this whole ordeal is exactly what she was gonna tell Traveler.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But all I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this
Oh. Abraz, Furina, and
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
was this the box, or is this me talking now?
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
This is what was in the box,
people are more
right?
than willing to share your burden with you.
Yeah, it is.
Share my burden.
That was what she wanted to tell you.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
Furina thought
In
she had
other
found
words,
a loophole.
You never belonged here.
Did she... She was cut off.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a... If that's the case...
She reasoned herself into wanting to tell.
She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine... No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
The hair. Look at it. This is her. This is her current self. This is her hidden self. So Numa is her facade, Nuja is her reality, or her more emotional self.
But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Girl, you need a vacation.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right...
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important...
Ah, good. Of course the Iudex of Fontaine has... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
So she was the Oratrice. Interesting. And she also has the gnosis with her.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
It is a guillotine. You don't mean Furina, right?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
You wish to relieve yourself of your own Archon?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, Some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
Is the indenidium, like, your type of energy?
The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the...
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Doesn't that also mean... You say destroy the throne, does that not also mean killing yourself? And if you killed yourself, Focalors, wouldn't you be handing it to Furina? And then her becoming genuinely the Hydro Archon? After you made her play pretend for 500 years, you're finally going to give it to her the moment she had a point? The one time that she had a moment of genuine respite? Do you think Furina wants anything to do with being the god anymore? Being the Archon? She probably wants to forget all of this ever happened and live one simple life for herself. Heck, she might even want the punishment of the guillotine as well, to let her suffering be over. Her emotional torment.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Oh, I am way off. Okay. Not Focalors, not Furina. The entire institution of the Hydro Archon. So not the incarnation of the Hydro Archon, the Archon itself. Holy crap. That is huge. What the frick? That's literally breaking the laws of the universe.
The destruction of the divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
So she's gonna give the power of the Hydro Archon to Neuvillette? Neuvillette will be the Hydro Archon, not Focalors.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
That was a separation done by the celestial beings, no? In order to establish human domains corresponding to each element, guided by an Archon? You're mad.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Screw you, Gabe. Screw you, Gabe. Screw you, Gabe. Oh, frick, dude.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
I figured that kind of conclusion would end up happening. To where it's like the pursuit of humanity in some way or fashion is more close to justice than any idea of justice that Celestia would impose.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Having judged the people of Fontaine for hundreds of years, he is the best suited to be able to judge the existence of the people of Fontaine as well, from a higher stance than just that of a judge amongst people, but a judge amongst an entire race of existence, in a way. I say race, they're just as human as anyone else based on the powers of the primordial sea. The humans here were created out of something else, but made just the same, just as Celestia had made humans elsewhere. It was by the same power.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Look at her stand so smug and proud of what she's done.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No, don't dance, no. I'm gonna die. Oh. The music, dude. It's just the music. The music's what's making me cry. my gosh, that's actually exactly what she needed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I, Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh, you're so boss. Why are you so boss? Oh, you're so freaking cool. Oh, I'd be so much louder if it wasn't freaking 2 in the morning. My gosh, dude.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
That's exactly what she said. That's exactly what Fossilor said. Alright, I have no idea.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together, and can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Oz, reveal thyself! Yoo-hoo! Ah! Death committed to memory!
Oh, the Numa Orojo attack from Furina. Okay. Okay.
What's that hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary!
What is this music? Hold up.
By royal decree, the show begins!
Settle down! I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. Silence!
May I present?
Bow your head.
That's some Star Rail bullcrap, and they know it, and I don't care, and it's wonderful. What the frick? What the frick are you? You took child with you. Hi. Who the frick are you? I mean, I know who you are, Skirk.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well.
Your job? You had an obligation to help him with that? Are you a Celestial? Are you from Celestia?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Your master's pet? The narwhal's the master's pet. Your master's pet. What the frick?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
What is time to you? Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, it's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Without using whatever that means. New elements. Holy crap, they are going to add new elements, dude. They're going to add new elemental types of damage. Or at least new effects or something, dude. Power. What else would power beyond this world mean? It has to mean powers that only Celestia has.
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as
I
a
have
pet?
to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
So the voice line was like the text looks wrong there. Text is different.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an... So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Talogi.
Sir Talogi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about The Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Are the witches just Wait, how are they... Hold up. Are the witches celestials? Like, what are the witches? Like what are they? Like Mona's master's friend End, Albedo's mom, who's got it going on. Apparently, she's going for perfection. It's like...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep.
As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
There's little to be surprised about. It is natural. After all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Cutscene.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people...
And then she recreates all of the people She recreates all the people that were dissolved. She recreates all of them, because the heavenly principles don't apply to her anymore. Please do it. It does happen. See, look, it's flooded. It's actually flooded. Fontaine is flooded. Do it. Create. They're fine. No, they're just fine.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Navia's design is... No, the arc? The arc comes into play.
All hands initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
It wasn't in vain, Furina. It wasn't in vain.
Right.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
No. You were right. You were good. You did well. You did very well, Furina.
The soil renewed. The Spina Divasula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Divasula. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing eating a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a one people always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch...
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And all...
are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things...
A drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast, who coveted the primordial sea of life. A philosopher in a faraway ancient world one posited that where there is life, there is death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, then the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers into nothingness at the end of time. The rules among the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never been conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in the span of billions of years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest compliment, in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and ultimately fade into oblivion. Thus there are things floating among the stars, once adorned with countless prestigious titles from innumerable civilizations, shedding tears for their ordained demise. Their tears stream down out of desperation, out of hope, because all desperation and hope alike will be utterly extinguished along with the innumerable stars. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, out of joy, because both will eventually scatter into the cold, dark, endless void. Every tiny yet beautiful silhouette and every moment worth remembering will fade with time, even stars. And then there are these so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving and devour everything that should be devoured until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale. There will be no more sins, no more sadness, no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars. Interesting. So the theory is that this explains a theory of sort of like galactic proportions, where similarly the world and everything that we know in it expands infinitely. There must also be something that it expands into, and an endless void would probably be the closest thing to it, the narwhal itself, and all devouring, eventually devouring everything until everything is inside of it, and then within it the new worlds form. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it sounds like a sort of like a universe continuum. It explains the infinity of the universe by describing something that can constantly eat, consume something, and in itself create something new from the world that existed before it. We still don't know why Child lost his vision. Finale. We must end it. We must end it. If it says finale, we'll end it with the finale. Navia and a Fatui member?
Navia!
Oh, and Charlotte's here too.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
The Fatui are turning neutral. They're not just like a dumb negative. They're not just dumb.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share this.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be—
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Where is Fiorina? I want to talk to Fiorina.
All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do—
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading—
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarence.
Wow, you really do have that never say die.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case—
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea.
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree.
Speaking of that,
he's a dork.
would you
I
like
love
to
him.
have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
I made some tea.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr.
Me? I'm fine with anything.
All right.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
I love these two so much. I like Navia more, but I love these two so much. This feels like the end of the story, and I know it's not, but like it really feels like the end of the story. I don't even want to play the game. I just want to play the story. Alright. Let's see. End this quest where we started, I guess. Let me see Fiorina. Let me see Fiorina and Sijuin.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have a...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone...
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like
Sijuin! Sijuin!
Try this
Sijuin! Ah! My roommate's gonna hate me if he can hear me.
Ah, Sijuin.
Sijuin!
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, sure. Come on, Miss...
sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Bye, Sijuin. I just want to talk to you more.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention,
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have...
I'll just leave the spotlight. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will mine. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
I think I love the idea of Fiorina actually becoming like a proper travel companion to Traveler, to Lumine or Ether. Like, where else is she gonna go? Like, she can't stay in Fontaine. Like, where would she go? She would have to start over completely anew. And I feel like she would want to travel around a bit, get used to places around. Would she? She wouldn't be able to live in Fontaine. Everyone would know. It would be too awkward. What is she gonna do? Is that what her story quest is about? I want to do her story quest now.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
You are fast, dang it.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks.
Seaweed.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
Nothing gets past her. She's so smart and so sarcastic.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Oh, you're so cute! Look at you! Ah! It's so fluffy, I'm gonna die. She's not really. Anyway, back to the very. Is this where Fiorina is? This has to be where Fiorina is, right? Oh no, this is where the
Everyone hold hands.
Lenny, Lynette, and everyone are. They're just talking with people.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is...
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
The bag of many things.
The water level has returned to normal. But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
Paimon. But not me.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Shippers be shippers right now.
Please,
do it.
Write down my address.
Shippers will be shippers.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Things are well. I just want to talk to Fiorina. And honestly, a little more conversation with Sejuin would be nice. But, like, I just want to know what's happening with Fiorina.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your...
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur
She just
Nervilet
left?
opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
He gave away What? He gave away the Gnosis to the Fatui. So do they have every Gnosis now? They have all 5 of the Gnoses.
A diplomatic gift!
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a Gnosis.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Meaning he's gone back, he's regretting the fact that he did it?
So there's some reason for this that
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speak.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Pilot, but back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Is that... That's...
Father!
Oh yeah, it's Nave. Cool.
Well, what do you know? Come to
I
the
didn't
docks to
realize
see
her
how my
heels were that
children
red.
are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my...
Are you going to take the Gnosis back?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Mm-hmm. Why do I agree with you? Oh my gosh, I'm agreeing with the Fatui. Oh no.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Please help us deliver
A
this.
vision. All right. I'll remember to return it.
Okay, so we give
Thank
up
you for
Child's
keeping it
vision.
safe for him this entire time.
I thought I got a weird big brain moment where like the Hydro Vision goes to Furina instead, and I was like, what the frick? And I'm like, no, it's going back to Child. He should have it back, and hopefully it shouldn't be blocked by certain things. Whatever it was blocked by.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Bye, Knave.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later.
Bye, guys.
Guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Yes, please. I really want to know what... Oh, where the frick are you? Didn't think you'd be there. To the Opera Epiclese. Oh, well, good to know that teleporting to the Opera Epiclese transports me to that specific waypoint. I just want to talk to Fury. You're like my size. They're so adorable. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Everyone's so adorable. Everyone's so adorable. Why is the story so good in this freaking game? What happened to Furina? What happened to Furina?
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Hyman didn't think you were going to have free time.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Hyman's glad that you remembered. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
True. From our perspective, we took the perspective of the traveler, and we only got a cutscene of what happened, likely representing the tales that we heard when we got back. How do we even get back? We jumped back through the portal to go back to the real world, and we ended up back in the opera house, like after the flood.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste.
Neuvillette sighed softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. What did you see? Fauchelors deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Fauchelor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the Hydra. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Holy crap! So everyone in Fontaine, originally from the idea of the Hydro Archon, using a substitute power-ish, which was the water of the primordial sea, they were all not the same type of human, essentially. So there was like almost like a fault to them, to where they would return to water if they came in contact with that. But then also they attracted the ire of the heavenly principles of Celestia. So he was able to, having complete control over all of the hydro element, was able to properly incarnate every single Fontainian period into a real living, breathing human, just as humans were created by the Celestia. This music just is my brain right now. It's just... It's gonna get crazy in a sec. It just keeps going. It says it. Cool.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
I was wondering how that was the case. I thought they were going to stop the flood from happening.
Fauchelor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
And you could also say that the prophecy, did it come true in its original sense? I don't know.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fauchelor finally managed to to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
Focalors finally managed to fulfill the original Hydra Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, about the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
He was deemed guilty for being the cause of that?
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
I think it'd be the second.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time.
I feel like it's the second. It was a false trial. In a way, almost like taking responsibility for waking him up in the first place would be her idea of justice. I was like, you woke him up, you can subdue him for a few weeks, I guess.
Hang on a second. Paimon said back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
What are you doing, girl? I need to know what you're doing so bad.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
I wouldn't either. You've had 500 years. 500 years of having to put on a lonely facade only for you to be given the freedom to do what you want with it, but also never to truly escape the trauma of what you had experienced. Like, that freaking sucks, dude.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. That line alone, man. That line alone.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
That's so reassuring, but so freaking annoying at the same time. I just want to know where she is.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Dude, is Furina like best girl? That's an important question now. She might be. Like, legit, she might be like... I'll need time to think about that.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
I would love for her to do that. Let's have her do that.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Oh, how is this gonna work?
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Interesting. So he's actually...
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Absolute authority. Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
That's fair.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Yeah, if you've regained your sovereignty holistically and you hold the Archon position, as it's understood by Celestia, is not the Gnosis a key of some sort to be able, like, it's like an identity? It's like an identity marker of Celestia. So, like, if you still hold on to your Gnosis, it'll probably grant some sense of power. Man, I wanna know more about Gnosis.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Is this all of Fontaine? Is this all Fontaine is? Was this actually the finale to Fontaine's Archon quest? Am I going to Natlan? I'm going to Natlan before Snezhnaya? Why the frick would I be going to Natlan before Snezhnaya?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
What the frick?
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Are we still talking like actual, like, large dragons or like Drake-like dragons?
Natlan is also the nation of war.
Joy.
War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Cool.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Okay. I get another cutscene between those two? Or another dialogue scene between those two?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nerva?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains of the third descender? You know about the descenders. Are you not one of them? We're assuming that if I'm not mistaken, my brother, like the twin, my brother was was he not one of them? He's not one of the descenders. I forgot about the conversation with the doctor. If he was, I think he was the first. That means there were two in between.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
The remains of the third descender. So did the descender own the gnosis?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
The third the descender's remains? You mean like ashes?
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
Is this a warning that like collecting the Gnosis can attract Celestia? Like the wrath of Celestia? Because she doesn't... I'm thinking she's from Celestia, but it's like... If she was, I feel like she'd have different... Like she would be upholding the divine principles and things like that.
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Ah, so he wants to keep the thing of misfortune out of the way and have good relations with Child and the Knave. With the
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third descender?
Because we're the fourth descender, if I'm not mistaken.
So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should
The fact
check
that they,
it,
the
which
fact
is why
that
you gave it to the Fatui.
The fact that he said that, and like as long as there's no other metaphors or something, that's what it says. I think is the writer's way of saying either this is what we're going with right now and we can change it if we really need to, or this is what it is without a doubt, every single one of them. Or maybe some of them are, some of them aren't. There should be 7 Gnosis. And she said that it would bring misfortune, that you should chuck it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the 4th descender. For me, this information means 2 things. 1, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and 2, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the 3rd descender.
So are all the Gnosis from the third Descender? Are all of them from the third?
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Considering that I can adhere to multiple of the elements, I'd probably say yes.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels... Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender, that's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answer.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
An ultimate sense of self-sacrifice.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
If we are going to read Focalor's actions as a act of justice, sacrifice and all, whatever it took to get what she got, justice is allowing, or justice is amending the world to what it was supposed to be, according to her vision of it, with the dragons ruling over it, and the ability to create the humans as well, through the powers that come from it. So, can you understand the will of God?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all.
Unless you're in Florida, in which case your neighbor's house will get soaked and you'll be perfectly dry, but you know.
And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
What is the difference? Yeah. Rain is quite an equalizer. Anything else?
It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I've done all of these.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, fun...
Cool. I think we did it, guys. I've been doing this story for 7 hours. I nearly cried. I actually was teary-eyed at one moment. I never got like a proper tear, but like, man, oh frick, man. We'll see how this goes, everyone. I'm probably gonna try to edit this, but it's a 7-hour VOD. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I need to know what happens to Farida. What happens to you? Do you have a vision? You have a vision! You have a vision. This is why I don't like reading into things in Genshin. Look at you. Oh my gosh, I need to read things. First, I've never done these with you. Story. Neuvillette does not need a vision to manipulate the elements. However, there were some things he learned only after regaining his complete form. Severely wounded in the Great War of Vengeance, the usurper had their function ruined and could no longer use their absolute authority to what the I am way out of my league here. To continue and subdue the control, resentment, and loathing of the world, the usurper came one after creating the Gnosis together. So it came to be that an order was made to be upheld, and thus did humans come only to possess these 7 remembrances. And all fragments of the primordial were driven to devour each other. All fragments of the primordial. be like the monster that we found in the chasm, or that was killed in the chasm, the remains of that in the all-devouring narwhal. From that day on, whenever a person's wishes reached the heavens, the 7 overseers of the material realm were duty-bound to grant them a gift, though they might know nothing of who or what that wish had stepped into the threshold of the sacred. The 7 Archons still had to impart a shattered shard of their mastery to that person, and when one so gift completed their duty, the gift of the god would receive in turn. The gift the gods would receive in turn would be more abundant still. Neuvillette obeys no edict from the heavens, but he does acknowledge human will, so he too set aside parts of himself as like unto the dragon treasure hoards of old, awaiting valiant humans to come and claim them. Personal desires. Curious members of the public and journalists won't seek high. There was once a time when all believed that he was some kind of demon who exists solely to preside over the trials and judge, forcing them to clarify that. Well, the gist was to bear witness and judge is my great honor, but I am not a trial aficionado. Eudix is simply one of the hats I wear, and my time as a judge is but one phase of my life. Frying pan into fire. Fire was hotter than the two. Shocking Eudix to be a springboard post. The media being the media. His response was to organize a water tasting salon party at which all were gobsmacked by the wide variety of flavors waters from different regions could possess, and floored by the Eudix's most refined tastes. Of course, the amount of authenticity present in such interactions cannot be known, but whatever the case, Neuvillette really is devoid of selfish want. I want to read this, but I also want to read it on my own time and see if I can get it summarized. Furina. It is unlikely that travelers from other nations will understand why the god of this land regarded as a superstar unless they set foot in the opera house. Whether performances or trials, she will always be in the seat reserved for her above the audience, laughing, scolding, falling into hysterics to the point where, more often than not, she makes a stronger impression than the action on stage. People buy tickets to indulge in new sensory experiences, and in this regard, Furina is by far more popular than the absolute justice that Neuvillette represents. The forms respect can take are not limited to just lifting one's eyes up to being above, and the unique form of respect Fontanians have for Furina is perhaps described better as affection and fondness. She is not perfect and may not be very powerful, but while on stage, she is the personage the people trust the most, for she never disappoints. Among Fontanian literary circles, there is a popular saying that Furina is a memory of spring never fading, of a beginning that never ends, spring never fading, present in the hearts of all. And who does not wish for an eternal spring? Furina. Furina does not wish for an eternal spring. Spring is transient, but she is over there. But she is ever there. Follow the stage lights, and you shall see her. The stage lights. Yo, what the frick? After that quest, this means so much. All right. Oh, man. As the icon of the opera epiclese, Furina has the right to speak freely during all stages of a trial. Most of her questions are born from her curiosity and often have tenuous logical connections with the case at best, which at times can provoke raucous bursts of laughter from the audience. But just as one might begin to suspect that Furina is just there for the laughs and gags and lacks even the capability to grasp the case in the entirety, she throws out opinions worth their weight in gold. Of course, there are also times when she will express little interest in the whole process due to having earlier eaten snacks ill to her liking or missed some parade, but it is said that audience members lucky enough to be there are still pleased with this, as a god who speaks in anger is equally enchanting. But there is one circumstance in which she will not appear to act quite so willfully, and that is when she takes the stage as an actress in a musical. Fontaine has a great many musical theater classics passed down from antiquity that are, from time to time, performed at the Opera Epiclese, the key roles being played by the most popular actors of the day. Before such productions are put on, there is a phase during preparations that resembles nothing so much as a lucky draw, where the troupe will send Furina an invitation. Should the mood strike her, she will agree to appear, resulting in a stage shared by God and humans. Once Furina has agreed to participate, the performance date for that show becomes a Fontanian festival in its own right, so popular that the Opera Epiclese couldn't possibly meet the fervent demand even if they sold nothing but standing tickets and were filled to capacity. And when the music sounds and a god takes the stage, the audience will not see their lovable deity, who does as she pleases, but the character in the script, whether majestic or valiant, conniving or covetous. Fiorina is a dab hand at playing them all, perfect down to the last gesture, as if she were born to act. And it is because of her record of wondrous performances that she very much deserves to be called superstar by her people. Even a famous reporter from the Steambird who barely squeaked their way backstage was completely awestruck, such that it was a long while before they remembered the interview questions in their notebook. Later, Fiorina, might I ask how you were able to attain such great mastery acting as an Archon, though no one has ever seen you practice? Fiorina's reply was proud, albeit uncharacteristically simple. Why? Because I am a god. Next question. Oh my gosh. Dude, the context to this is massive. Like, this is so well written. It's so wonderfully. Cases and performances take up a great deal of Fiorina's time, and even with these two things, she still shows up for all kinds of social activities and dinner parties related to government business or diplomacy. Of course, social engagement is usually the limit at her remit, while the real behind-the-scenes work and sometimes even certain important speeches made during those interactions are handled by others. Fiorina is quite thankful for these proxies, for she has heard that her life of leisure is a rare privilege in a world where most other gods have an endless parade of duties, large and small, to attend to. She once considered that it might be right to set a godly example, so to speak, and so she attempted to take part in the Palemamonia's day-to-day work when she had an excessive amount of free time on her hands. However, her offers were respectfully yet consistently declined by both humans and Melusine, who insisted that there are no great duties at present that need to be handed over to our god. Oh... Dude, that right here, this is the distance. This is what makes Fiorina's plight so painful. Though these words did make her glad, of course, because she realized that she was fulfilling her duty. After a few attempts, she quickly realized how impractical it would be to use the work of the Palemammonia to escape her boredom. Fiorina actually has another hobby known to very few, and that is playing with little animals. Fontaine's waterscapes. That's what she was doing when the knave found her. Oh man, the frailty of Fiorina when the knave found her as well really does bring up her Hydro Arcanness as well. Fontaine's waterscapes are vast and beautiful, as well as blessed with innumerable, adorable creatures. For one who always finds herself interacting with humans like Fiorina, this serves an excellent change of pace. However, animal habits are inconsistent and unpredictable, and Fiorina's carefree attitude always seems to rub them the wrong way. As in the, if she's not being blasted in the face by a hat jellyfish, then she's being pursued to the ends of the ocean by a hunter's ray, kind of wrong way. It can be argued that the underwater world is more primitive and wild than the surface world, considering how little respect the animals here give a god on account of her status alone. Nonetheless, Fiorina did eventually discover the animal for her ministrations, the sun-bathing, beach-loving, horizontal alignment enjoying blubber beasts. Cheek squeezes belly rubs, and even flipping them over then over again gets at most a turn of the head and a noiseless protest. You like it? So do I. A few mild miscommunications aside, they have become best of friends ever since. Please, I need more. I need more. All of them come out at friendship level 6. Why are you... Wait, I can just...
Why are you just standing there with your mouth gaping? You must be stunned and at a loss for words. Understandable. It is I, after all, Fontaine's most beloved star, Fiorina. I'm on a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me. Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
See, now I'm in like this weird mode where I'm trying to distinguish how much of this is really Fiorina how much of what she does and what she loves is due to her task. I want to know. I want to know so bad.
Boring. Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? It's pouring out here. Wow, this would be the the sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
That's pretty much saying that, like, I might be hot, but this is not as bad as the studio lights. That's crazy. It's like, good thing there can only be one because I hate having the studio lights on me. She doesn't like it.
Listen, there is a disturbing growling in the wind. That's the sound of a long-forgotten sea monster having a nightmare. Huh? Why is it having a nightmare? I don't know. Because fear has to manifest itself somehow? What a wild and desolate sight. Allow me to grant you the blessing of water. Good morning. Oh, must I really get up this early? Just let me sleep a little longer.
I love voice acting so much. Oh, man. I wish I could... I could... I feel like I can, actually. I just need to figure out certain voices and intonations a little better. A little bit of practice, so to speak. I actually feel like I'd be pretty good at it, but I don't do extreme voices very well.
Good afternoon! Where's my cake? What? I just had cake for breakfast? Good evening. Mademoiselle Crabelita has been muttering about getting in shape lately, and even said that she wanted to drag me along with her. I'm already eating much healthier than last month. I work very hard to maintain my figure. Hey, you can tell, can't you? I'm getting sleepy, Given that we know each other, who are these people at the tea party? Why, they are my loyal followers, of course. All right, I suppose I'll introduce them to you.
These are
This
the
is
little...
Mademoiselle Crabeletta, my most adorable maid, although she accidentally cuts my outfits from time to time. This is Surintendant Chevalmeron, my reliable housekeeper who keeps my busy life in order. And finally, the one keeping everybody in line is Gentilhomme Usher, my loyal conferencier.
Gentle boy usher.
I may have allowed you to participate in my tea party, but you'll still need to work hard to gain their approval. Given that we know each other, you may relax a little and needn't act so respectfully in my presence. What's that expression on your face? Don't tell me that you've never respected me from the very beginning.
That's really funny. I mean, the way that you introduced yourself, it was really hard to at all.
Fontaine's Opera House has seen several reforms, and with each reform, opposition was to be expected. As I remember, crowds would often gather in the Opera House making a ruckus. Then, one time, it became so loud my ears were ringing. I frightened them by stating, "I forbid anyone from discussing such pointless matters." I clearly remember Neuvillette tapping his cane on the ground at that precise moment, while the whole place immediately fell silent. Sometimes I can't help but inadvertently show my intimidating side. I hope my people understand. I really like the Lumitoile. Those creatures can glow and shine in even places where no one sees them. That's what I call a true star. If only there were an opera about the Lumitoile, then I could literally play the role of a lovely rogue starfish on stage. You're interested in hearing about me?
I suppose there's no helping that.
I suppose there's no helping that. After all, I was once the biggest celebrity of all Fontaine.
You're still a
Every
dork.
day, countless journalists would come flocking around me, trying to get the inside scoop on my personal life. So I have loads of experience rejecting them. Of course, I don't intend to use. Someone recently recommended me to try surfing.
I liked this
so
a lot.
I went and gave it a shot. Keeping balance on the rolling waves was a little tricky at first, but I managed to get the hang
When
of it
did
pretty
I
quickly.
listen to this?
Maybe I'm just a natural surfer. Anyway, feeling the wind and waves up close and riding along the horizon was rather amazing. You should give it a try. The Queen's Crown still doesn't have a sequel yet? What sauce should I pick for my macaroni tonight?
That's your biggest concern? That's the thing you're most troubled with? Really?
No one complains about exquisite confectionaries, but it'll take a lot of effort to make some that I like. Listen carefully. Desserts are like operas. Everything from choosing the characters to imagining the setting requires a lot of effort in order to make the final performance a hit. Simply put, I detest most of those creative dishes. I have tasted many wonderful Oh, what a too ordinary. Ugh. Is this what you usually eat? Seems I'll have to share. I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh, why don't you teach me? I nearly forgot. You've never used a vision either.
This was like the one thing that like this is why I don't like reading into things, because I did hear this voice line like many times. Like I had heard, not many times, but when I was building Furina, this was one of the voice lines that I had heard, and I was like, you're not used to using a vision. Is it a decoy? Are you like attempting to make it? It's like, no, she was given a vision from the Hydro Archon. She was given a vision from Focalors.
The strength gained through my own hard work is truly fulfilling. Thanks for your support. Oh, splendid! More interesting trinkets for me. Take it. Go on. You have my approval. Ooh, what a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy. Am I...
No, you can't do that. You can't do that voice line. You can't do that voice line. That's so mean.
I still couldn't do it.
I'm gonna cry again.
Don't look at me like this.
This is the only one that makes sense with it. Like, or sorry, that's not really mean.
How dare you! Stop that! I knew you'd miss me. I have high hopes for this journey. Witness my magnificence! My turn to take the spotlight! Witness my power! This is trouble. Let's call a ceasefire.
How desperate is this? Listen to this.
Someone help me! Oh, splendid! Let my name echo in song. Time to shine. Let the world come alive. May I present? How brilliant! The show begins. Yoo-hoo! Strike a pose. Shower me with praise.
Shower me with praise. I can't wait to have more. This is usually where it says the word vision, if I'm not mistaken. Ancient dragons. This probably won't be uncovered until I do her story quest. But ancient dragon's authority, the Chief Justice of Fontaine, known as the Eudix, is renowned for his honest Leviathan Judicator. That's ballin', dude. Okay. Do this. Get my stuff. Do this. Where the frick's Traveler? The last one there. Man, we're done with Fontaine's like main Archon quests. There'll probably be an interlude and a bunch of story quests. Like the next Archon quest is probably going to be an interlude quest. And then we'll probably get to Natlan. Will we get to Natlan that soon? There might be a secondary like area where there won't be an Archon quest. I don't know. Is there always an Archon quest every single update? I don't think that's the case. So, anyway, it's super late. This is gonna be a pain to make a video of, but I do want to at some point. We're just gonna end it here. I had a ball, dude. I'm so glad I did this.